Yeah, one of the so like holy shit, there's so many patch notes. Well, I think I was thinking of Fang maybe. Fang spider. Fang. Fang. Yeah, I was thinking of Fang. Is he in? Oh, he's in 5. Okay. You might go unarmed monk. Okay. Right off the bat, the big winner is Deadeye. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. I think Deadeye is gonna be fucking broken this league, unless they in the background change the way some of the Deadeye stuff works. It's gonna be busted, like absolutely fucking busted. There was also a bug last league that gave a huge buff. No, in on Friday next week. So in about 9 days. A little less, but about 9 days. So yeah, last league there was a bug where you would be unstunnable on a Roa. No light stun, no heavy stun. So Roa automatically means that you can't be light stunned, but every hit builds up heavy stun on you, similar to raising your shield. What you were able to do with the Roa is that if you took Chaos Inoculation, you were able to fully avoid heavy stuns as well. So if you took Chaos Inoculation at even a single point of um, stun threshold is based off of max ES, you were unstunnable on Roa. So this can be applied to Deadeye as well this league. So if you go an evasion ES hybrid, now the thing is you can be quite squishy, but we'll talk about that after. But already Deadeye is like the big winner. It's like the huge winner. All right, first of all, Act 4 and interludes. I don't think there's much to talk about here, but overall, this means that we're not going to have to do Cruel Campaign, which was absolutely awful. It felt terrible. It looked terrible. And everything about it sucked. And they did acknowledge that in the interview after as well. They were talking about how it's like, oh yeah, if you're just like making a new character, you're a faster player. It just fucking sucked to do cruel mode because like, oh, like 2 hours ago I just did this, which is true. That's literally how it felt. So hopefully the interludes in Act 4 will make things feel more fresh when you're making new characters instead of like you made your first character, then you're making a second one, and you're already doing this campaign 4 fucking times. I don't know. Let's just go see how many times I did campaign this league. Let's just go see how many times I did fucking campaign this league. All right, Dawn of the Hunt. One, two. Actually, that doesn't count. I was just reserving a name. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 fucking characters. That means I did campaign 14 times. The same fucking 3 acts 14 times this league. So, yeah. I'm happy that they are at least doing something a little different. The only annoying thing is that at the same time, if you're just trying to grind out a new character, it's a whole lot of new stuff to learn. But anyway, that's the way it goes. Rise of the Abyssals. Do they explain the mechanics here? Yeah, so basically there's monster packs that spawn around the like fissure in the ground. And you kill it, an abyssal emerges, you kill the abyssal, and then you get a trove. There's also a chance that if you kill a hunter near it, what do they call them? I can't remember what they call them. If you kill a hunter near the abyss, it turns into some kind of super hunter, and there's also a whole like pinnacle boss dealing with the abyss, etc. The support gem system got overhauled. So first things first, we do not have the support gem limits, thank God. That means like you can just stick martial tempo on everything. Oh, it's gonna be amazing. That means every single like combo skill, everything that you're trying to do, you can stick martial tempo on it. It's huge. So that's really one of the big changes of 0.3 is we're not restricted. Like, oh, it's gonna feel so good. Actually, gonna feel so good. So yeah. Yeah, so one of the major limitations of only having one support gem of each type of your character, we didn't want builds to just become the same 5 most powerful supports on every skill. We also want to encourage you to combo your abilities. So this is a big deal. So like really what was happening before is that we were just showing up and being like, oh, we had to like really hyper focus on one skill being the big damage dealer. And if you had supports, it's like, oh, they were slower or whatever else. And now it's like one example before, this is less about supports or comboing, but Whirling Slash took a lot of mana. But you can only use Martial Tempo and Bullseye once each. So it means that you're probably gonna want it on your damage one, but if you use too high of a level of Whirling Slash, it took too much mana. So one of the solutions was to use a low level Whirling Slash, but the low level Whirling Slash without Martial Tempo and Bullseye would be much slower. Now you don't have that issue anymore, and the same goes with a whole plethora of other builds as well. So like imagine using 2 cast on crits. Now both of them can use impetus and energy retention. So things like that. Yep, so you can use as many copies as you like. One of the big issues I have with this, because they said we didn't want builds to just become the same 5 most powerful supports on every skill. The problem, they even recognize it, is that there's gonna be like a best 5 supports. This is an inherent design issue. Like, you look through the list of support gems, and like a lot of these are fucking ass, okay? Like, they're fucking useless. Verglas, like, who when was the last time you saw this on like some kind of meta build? For 2000 maximum life of the destroyed ice crystal. If I remember correctly, a level 20 there's a node, there's even a node in the tree for this. 200%. If I remember correctly, it was like something like it was something like 16,000 life that you could get on a level 20 ice crystal. Just double check. Ice wall, right? Frost wall. Here, so 12,714 max life. times 3. 12.7 times 3. You had 38,000, then it's divided by 2. You had 19% gain extra as cold. And you have to dedicate casting of a frost wall and breaking it as part of your skill to get 19% gain as cold. Like, this is what I mean. Like, there a lot of the supports just added conditions without any real meaningful benefit. So that was one of the things that was the reason why we're ending up in the situation where it's like, oh, we would probably just end up using the same 5 if we had 2 different damage scales. The reason is because there's only so many good damaging supports or ways to set them up. Like the one that you consume minions, like I think you could use it, but still. Where was it? I can't remember the name of it. Here. Minion pack. Supported skills remove 100% of your max life from a nearby minion to deal 30% more damage. Like, unless you were going Chaos Inoculation, but even then, if your minion died, like, it's just useless. But again, it's like we're adding on a lot of conditions without being significantly better than just the good ones. Like martial tempo, 20% more attack speed. Like just flat out, there's no condition to it. It just exists. So it's things like that, as well as like the infusion ones, like lightning infusion. Okay, you get less cold and fire, but generally you're gonna put lightning infusion, let's say on lightning arrow, lightning spear. You're gonna put your fire infusion on whatever volcanic fissure, where the less cold and lightning is not a huge deal. So like these are, while there is a condition, like you don't have to do anything to activate it. You just stick it in. And this is the problem. This is the inherent issue with how they were how some of these support gems were designed. So hopefully they take that into consideration when they are changing supports, because they are doing an overhaul with the entire support gem system. So supports will actually go from will have multiple tiers, and they showed pictures of like combining two support gems. I don't know if it was just like that specific one as a higher tier is just the combined of the other two, but overall, like there were some interesting changes to support gems. There's higher tier support gems. Yeah, see, many existing support gems, which will now be tier 1, where cases of multiple tiers now exist, have received small numerical balance changes, and effects of some support gems have been combined into a single gem. So yeah, they combined some stuff. Hopefully, we have more options for damage. And this way, it would be easier to tune the supports to your build versus just being like, okay, it's always going to be like these 4 fucking supports. It's going to be martial tempo, 1 infusion. What are they called again? There's blindside. There's, what's the one that dazes you? I don't remember. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, that's it. Like, so anyway, they're adding a lot of new tiers of support gems. We've also introduced 40 lineage supports, much more powerful supports that are only available in endgame. These are fucking insane. I'm French, so I'm allowed to say that. Like, genuinely, they're insane. Um, I'm just trying to find it. We had noted a few of them. Anyway, one of them is literally that your spells cascade twice. Let's compare that to the current spell cascade. Supported skills have 20% less area of effect, so flat out you lose AoE. Cascades have even less area of effect, and your skills deal less damage. So, yeah, spell cascade was basically duplicating your spell. You literally have a support now with no downside that cascades your spell twice, which is insane. It's actually insane. So there's one support that I believe is going to be a random drop. +1 to skill level, plus 10% to quality, minus 10% for skill cost. Everyone is going to want one of those. The thing is, they did mention that there's going to be a limit of one per lineage. They did mention that there's going to be one per lineage per character, I'm assuming. So like that +1 level, plus 10% qual, minus 10% skill cost support is, I mean, it's still going to be something that either on your high cost like support skill or whatever. Anyway, each build will probably have to decide where they're going to put it in, but depending on how rare that is it's going to be like the most in demand item in the game. A number of support gems with simple effects have been renamed. Yeah, that's nice. A bunch of supports can't be used anymore. They fixed a few things. Here, having a skill with a socket of support gems you do not meet the attribute requirements for now just disables the support gem. This is one of the nice things about disabling the entire skill meant like you go to click that skill and you're like, oh shit, it doesn't work. What did I do wrong? And then you probably went and opened up your skill tab and checked what was wrong. This is gonna be like you gotta check your skill tab after making changes to make sure you still have all the attributes you need. But at least it's not going to be an issue that you're duplicating something, duplicating a support gem, and then something doesn't work anymore. New content and features. Fortifying Cry. Perform a war cry that grants guard and causes subsequent shield attacks to release an empowered shockwave when dealing damage. The skill's cooldown can be bypassed by expending an endurance charge. And this line, cooldown bypassing or limit bypassing with endurance charge, seems to be something that they're adding a lot of with Warrior Tree. So one of my big hopes is that there's going to be more endurance charge generation. They did show 2 supports that do help with endurance charges, but it's like, it's pretty shit. Hurl a fiery hammer that slams into the ground and lodges there. While the hammer is lodged in the ground, reusing the skill recalls the hammer and resets the skill's cooldown. Alternatively, using a war cry near the lodged hammer causes it to shatter, releasing a number of molten fissures in a spiral. I mean, we don't know how usable that's going to be. It sounds kind of wonky. Perform a war cry using glory. Okay, this is a big one. Perform a war cry using glory gained by igniting enemies to turn you into an embodiment of calm. While embodying calm, your footsteps trigger volcanic steps, melee strikes and slams are ancestrally boosted, and your melee attack hits trigger volcanic eruption. This sounds wild. I don't know how easy it is gonna be to generate this, but this sounds absolutely fucking wild. I can imagine that there's gonna be some like cast on ignite build, and you're just gonna be like using a solar orb to ignite enemies and generate a bunch of glory, like cast on crit, pop solar orb, and you just generate glory like that by igniting, by doing like guaranteed ignites on enemies. The only thing is, you probably can't ignite pinnacle bosses that often, so I don't know if Ancestral Cry is going to be useful for pinnacle stuff. We'll have to see. But for mapping, there's probably going to be the potential for an entire build around Ancestral Cry. The only other thing is that glory cannot be generated while you're using the skill. So, I don't know. Maybe there's going to be some kind of way that you retain Maybe there's gonna be some way that you can retain the you can extend the duration long enough that it'll last you an entire map. Like you just generate enough glory at the beginning and then run through the entire map. I don't know. We'll see. It sounds super fun. To be determined. To be determined. Added a new dex skill gem. Toxic Domain. Create an area of toxic bloom on the ground around you. While in the bloom, you have increased skill costs, regenerate life, and your projectile attacks attach a toxic pustule, which can be poisoned. Pustules will detonate after duration or when enough poison has been applied, dealing damage and applying poison in an area around it. This is basically fire, like the firewall, but for but for um but for poison. The question is how many pustules can be attached to an enemy? This is where the big thing comes in. If you can attach a bunch of pustules to enemies, like, and then they just all detonate and explode and stuff, this could probably be kind of just a nice little damage add-on. Especially for a Deadeye, you just pop Toxic Domain before the boss spawns and just spam your bow shots through and hit with like 8 pustules. Then after, what, 4 seconds or something, they explode for extra damage for free. This seems like something that can be pretty interesting. Added a new dexterity skill gem. Ice-tipped arrows. Ready your bow or spear. Or spear? Not like an ice-tipped spear. Empowering your next barrageable bow or projectile spear attacks to create ice fragments on hit. The school's cooldown can be bypassed by using frenzy charges. More on frenzy charges later. Added a new intelligence skill gem. Frost darts. Conjures a number of icy projectiles that launch towards the target. Projectiles that hit a chilled or frozen targets create chunks of ice that deal additional damage on impacting the ground. Consumes a cold infusion if possible. And infusion is a whole thing. I don't know why they didn't talk about infusions before they talk about new skills, but anyway. Infusions is going to be a mechanic for sorcerers, or presumably any spellcaster, that allows them to pick up infusions and use... What was it again? Basically, when you combo skills or use infusions or like... Anyway, consumes a cold infusion, like certain conditions will drop an infusion on the ground that you can go pick up, similar to a remnant, and then that will allow you to do certain things depending on what infusions you've picked up. Added a new strength persistent buff gem, Iron Ward. While active, stores a percentage of the physical damage that is prevented by your armor or other sources of damage reduction. Using the skill releases the stored damage as a nova of spikes. This seems pretty ass, but whatever. I can't imagine that this will store up any like meaningful amount of damage. Added a new, like, looking at Poison Nova from looking at Poison Nova, I think that's what it's called. It you don't store enough. I really doubt you're gonna be able to store any meaningful amount of damage in this. Like, maybe if it also improves your damage reduction, then you know you're using it for your damage reduction and you whatever, you get a quick little burst out of it every now and again. But overall it's probably gonna be relatively useless without any kind of defensive add-on. Like, if this is a physical damage reduction on par with Wind Dancer, that would be nice. Sure. But I think we already have that with, like, don't we have Magma Barrier? Or is that some... I mean, this is for shield raising. What's up, RD? Anyway, again, if this doesn't have like a passive defensive bonus, it probably will not be usable. Alright, add a new strength dex persistent buff. Mortar cannon raises a cannon totem which uses socketed grenade skills. Grenaded. With significantly improved cooldown recovery rate. This one is wild to me. Like, grenades have unnecessarily long cooldowns overall. Like, I remember my first ever character, I went cluster, And then it's like, oh man, 10 seconds. 10 fucking seconds. Why? Why is this a thing? I genuinely do not understand why this has such a high cooldown. It's such a satisfying skill to use, but it just sucks. It just really sucks. Like, I don't understand why this has to have such a high cooldown. And even like explosive grenade has a cooldown for God knows what reason, 5 seconds. You can store 3 uses, but it's still 5 seconds per. And I genuinely just am confused as to why this is a thing. If somebody wants to go an explosive grenade build, well, why are we so restricted? I really wanted to do a cluster grenade build. And it's just like, fuck this cooldown. Like, okay. So the fact that you can put grenades in the mortar cannon with improved cooldown recovery rate is like, what the fuck? Why don't I just naturally get? Why don't you just lower the cooldown of these grenades? Let people make grenade builds. Why does it have to be some kind of mortar cannon build? I think at this point they're really solidifying the fact that grenades are meant to be kind of a support thing. Now, on one hand, you can't obviously mortar cannon is going to be useful for things like flash grenades. You can really just like this might even be useful for if it doesn't require a crossbow, which it might. Actually, let's take a look at ballista. It does require a crossbow. Like I was gonna say, did you finish? We just started. I already read through a lot of it before stream, but I wanted to do the new Elden Ring boss on drop, so that's why I switched to Elden Ring, played Elden Ring. Now we're back on PoE. Yeah, so we basically just started. So I was going to talk about maybe using mortar cannon. You could probably do Deadeye with an offhand crossbow and use mortar cannon. So you can drop a mortar cannon either with flash grenade or on launch. It could probably be really useful to do mortar cannon with. You can use mortar cannon to do your gas grenade. So you do your gas grenade with mortar cannon, and then you just spam like an explosive shot crossbow on launch, and that's something that's probably pretty viable. So it'll depend on like what the stats are for this, but it could be really interesting to just do that combo. Well, there are nodes to increase how many totems you can use, but generally they're probably limit 1. Then you can use overabundance to have limit 2. Added a new dexterity persistent buff, Mirage Archer. This one, oh my god. While active, dodge rolling will create a mirage that uses socketed ranged attacks for a short duration, then vanish. This is fucking wild. You cannot create another mirage while one exists, or for a short time after one vanishes. Dodge rolling while you are unable to create a new mirage will restart this timer. This one is wild. There's so much you can do here. There's so much you can do here. Uh, Killam, what did you recommend for this? I know you talked about it. Oh, tornado shot setup. Anyway, there's definitely like this is probably gonna be really good on, especially on League Start. This is probably gonna be really really amazing to use. And I'm assuming that this will probably work with fast forward as well. You can socket fast forward in this to reduce the timer, so you can summon another Mirage Archer faster. Added a new intelligence persistent buff gem, Ravenous Swarm. While active and enemies are nearby, swarms of insects emerge from your body to pursue enemies. The swarms are untargetable minions that periodically attack and poison enemies within the swarm. I don't know how to feel about this one. I genuinely don't know how applicable that's going to be. You might be able to use them to apply, like, again, a poison. You could probably use them to, like, if you're going to use Toxic Domain, maybe if you can slot this in. So if you do Toxic Domain, especially on a boss, then let's say your arrows or whatever other attack you're using to hit the boss can then apply the pustules, and then maybe your Ravenous Swarm will explode them with the poison that they deal. Some kind of maybe Archer with Toxic Domain and Ravenous Swarm could be a good combo to start with. Added a new intelligence persistent buff gem, Siphon Elephants, yes. While active, has a chance to create an infusion remnant when you free shock or ignite a target. So yeah, this again goes back to the infusion mechanic that they added in. Grimfeast has been completely reworked and re-enabled. Instead of granting energy shield, it now allows you to collect remnants from your dead reviving minions and activate the skill to instantly revive minions based on their max life. What? Okay, that is a whole different thing. Why did they even call it Grimfeast? They just called it something else at that point. Added a new keystone passive skill to the northwest of the monk starting area. Northwest. I think they showed it. But this is north. Northwest would be like here-ish. They want us to like travel up here or something? Hollow Palm Technique. This keystone allows you to use quarterstaff attacks while unarmed and grants those attacks additional benefits while used unarmed. We were looking at this. It is quite a significant buff. It also means that you can avoid investing in a weapon early on. So doing monk build early, this could be really interesting. This could be super, super interesting as you just like spend most of your early investment on chest piece helmet, like just the big defensive parts, and then use hollow palm technique. Because yeah, all quarterstaff skills now like even the palm skills require quarterstaff, but then this bypasses it. This means that you can literally use any quarterstaff skill with unarmed skill set. Unarmed also has a base of 5% crit now instead of 0. And I think this boosts it as well. This keystone will boost it. I don't have the picture for it, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it does boost it. Oh yeah, it looks cool. Added a new keystone passive skill to the northeast of the Witch Sorceress start location, Ritual Cadence. This keystone changes your invocations to trigger skills every 2 seconds instead of all at once. But triggered skills consume less energy. This could be interesting. This could definitely be really interesting. In that you could probably put very high energy cost triggers. It really depends on how much reduced energy, but it might be worth it. It could also just be good for staggering out the uses. So it's like, okay, maybe you have ball lightning in your elemental invocation, but you don't want to just like have all 10 ball lightnings come out at once. Maybe you just want to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, like, stagger them out. Especially ball lightning is something that's good for like adding shock and chaining, so you don't necessarily want to get them all pushed out at the same time. So this could be interesting depending on the build, but it's going to be highly build dependent. But it is a nice thing that you can access, especially with the reduced energy cost. Added a new keystone passive skill to the north. I also wonder if you activate it and you keep generating energy, if it'll just add more charges to the end. Like it'll just keep, you can just like press it and just every 2 seconds it activates. As long as you keep getting enough energy, it'll just keep sending them out every 2 seconds. If it does do that, that's super nice. Because a lot of people used macros early on for stuff like Elemental Invocation, Reaper's Invocation, and whatnot. They used macros. So this could be a nice way to, stagger that out. Added a new keystone passive to the northwest, Black Flame Covenant. This keystone converts fire damage to chaos damage, and with this damage contributing to ignite chance and magnitude, and ignites inflicted with fire skills dealing chaos damage. Yeah, so this is basically the ring, but as a keystone. Again, I had tried doing a chaos ignite poison build, and it sucked. It really sucked. Maybe if they buff ignites enough, it'll be interesting. At least you don't have to use a ring now. But yeah. Added a new. It doesn't say it's for spells only, so yeah, it's skills. Added a new keystone passive skill to the east. Walker east of the monk starting. Walker of the Winds. This keystone causes mana leech to recover based on elemental damage instead of physical. This is amazing. This is gonna be, oh my god! Like every Amazon, every fucking monk is gonna be here. Every Deadeye is gonna be here. Mana leech based on elemental damage as a keystone. We no longer have to rely on. There were two different. Let me open a Path of Building. There were two different ascendancies that did that. One of them is Chalupa Monk. One of them was Chalupa Monk. Wait, was it? Yeah. Mana Leech recovers based on other damage types as well as physical, so Chalupa Monk had this. And the other one was... Oh, this was Life Leech, though. Life Leech recovers based on your elemental damage, so this is not even the same thing, but yeah. This means that... I don't know why I closed Path of Building. I'm sure I'm going to pull it up again in a bit. This is really good. Like, Deadeyes had... Especially in 0.1, it was a huge issue that you needed so much. People were actually using, what was that unique ring? Because of how much mana was being consumed like per second. There was a unique ring and it was actually like limited to 1 because of it was so strong. Thief's Torment, that's the one. Gain 15 mana per enemy hit with attacks. This was actually being used. You can also, yeah, can't use other rings. This was being used a lot early on. I remember in 0.1. I didn't see it as much in 0.2. But I know this was used a ton in 0.1, specifically for this mana per enemy hit with attacks, because stuff like Lightning Arrow, where it converts almost the entire thing to lightning, you weren't really able to use Leech with it. This keystone is going to be huge. So Mana Leech is going to be really relevant now. Lightning Arrow, Lightning Spear, whatever spear that you're going to use, this is just going to be huge. Mana Leech is going to be amazing. Added the new Fallen Currency Orbs. Greater Orb of Transmutation, perfect, blah, 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 blah. So what they said this will do is that, let's say, when I was watching this stream, Perfect Exalted Orbs will guarantee that the item level modifier that rolls is 50 or higher. This means that for crafting purposes, because there's going to be a Chaos Orb as well, and I just closed PoE 2DB like an idiot. Here we go, we're back. This means that, let's say you're trying to craft a mirror to your item. Let's go to spears, because spears are the big one. Now, if you use a perfect Chaos Orb, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 mods turns into 3 potential mods. Adds flat, same thing. Percent, well, 8 mods, so yeah, down to 3. It really cuts down on the possible mods, and it also means that those like really rare mods are much more likely. I'd have to do the math, but those perfect stuff like perfect Chaos Orbs are going to be insane. Perfect Exalt, I mean, they all do that. They all like greater. I don't think they showed it, or maybe I wasn't paying too much attention. But let's say it's like normal exalts, just any eye level. Graders, let's say 30 plus, and perfects 50 plus. I don't know how rare these perfect orbs are going to be, but because they add a minimum eye level, it's going to make crafting a lot easier. It's going to make crafting a fucking lot easier. One of the main things was for rings and gloves, because flats all capped out at like 77. The highest flat was 77. A lot of people would keep their gloves and rings to 77. And even here, I'm looking at it. If you didn't care about the added cold, you could have gone with eye level 76, and that would mean that, yeah. One thing that's nice is like if you take 77, then chaos damage is still out, but then you have mana back in as the highest. Anyway, there's ways that you can force it, but it was a lot more likely if you took a 77. So let's say you take an eye level 77 pair of gloves, and then you used one of those perfect chaos orbs. And so let's say let's look at chaos damage. You can't roll these bottom three. You can't roll this top one. You can there's literally only 2 chaos damage ones if you do a perfect chaos orb on an eye level 77. So for crafting, I imagine that this is actually going to make at least this part a lot easier, and we'll talk about there's a lot of changes after. Add a new type of currency, Hinokora's Lock, which can be used to foresee the result of the next currency item used on it. Modifying the item in any way removes the ability to foresee. So generally, like what you could do is you could use a chaos orb on it, or like let's say you pop the lock on it, then you can see if your chaos orb is going to be beneficial or not. And if not, then you can let's say use a divine orb, and it will, because it just rerolls the stats. You're not going to lose any mods, and then you can redo it. So Hinokora's Lock is going to be amazing for crafting, because then your RNG, like if you're going to be using stuff like, do I have any of the omens? Here, Omen of Dextral Annulment. Your next Orb of Annulment will remove only suffix modifiers. This is where Hinokora's is going to be really important for mirror crafting, is that these like 50-50 omen rolls that you're going to be doing, you can lock it, check what it's going to remove, and if you don't like it, div, relock it, and repeat until you get the result that you want. So suddenly these crafts where, let's say this is a good example. This is a great example for spears. You could end up in a situation where you have your T1 fizz percent. So this is highest eye level on prefix, 82. Then you're gonna have your then you're gonna end up with hybrid. Most likely, if you're just gonna whittle spam, you're probably gonna end up in a situation where you have your hybrid and elemental percent. Both elemental percent and hybrid are 81. Now you really want to keep hybrid, and it's a really low rate, a 100 weighting. So you could use a lock, then check with what your whittle will remove. Will it remove the hybrid, or will it remove the elemental damage with attacks? And then you can force it to remove elemental damage with attacks, and then so you remove the LE damage with attacks, and then aim to get your flat fizz. So you'll have your T1 fizz percent, flat fizz, and a hybrid. And that way, so the lock is going to be really important for crafting, and is going to be probably insanely expensive, because I'm sure there's going to end up being crafts where you're going to have these 50-50s. Yeah. Added over 10 new unique items, 50 new base item types. I don't understand the point of this. Whatever. Added over 20 new endgame maps. Added 15 new omens. They showed one of the omens, and it was wild. I don't know if they talk about it here. One of the omens sanctifies your item. At least they should make the color different. They do at least label it a perfect exalted on the ground. So I'm assuming in your loot filter, you can put like your perfect exalted, whatever, same color as your chaos orb. Stuff like base chaos orbs are going to be really nice for jewels. What else? One thing is, I'm probably going to stock up on them early. Perfect augmentation orbs. Because if you want to roll relics for Sekimus, perfect augs means that you're gonna roll high level modifiers a lot more easily, which is stuff like let's say you have a perfect 10%. Where is it? People will probably, oh, that's what you mean. I mean, I think the move is to just not price in perfects. Just always either price in the low like the normal version or divs. At that point, perfect Augs are going to be so nice because let's say you roll a T1 move speed. Ah, it seems. I mean, it's probably going to be cheap, but yeah, you roll a T1 move speed. Damn, it's 50 for T2. Too bad you can't guarantee a T3 or sorry T1. But yeah. Anyway, one of the new almonds lets you basically corrupt an item to higher tier. Effective, they call it sanctify or purify or something. It's effectively corruption, and it re-rolls the mods of the item. So let's say you're doing a spear. You can roll plus 100 plus 20% on top. You can roll plus 20% on top here. So let's say your 179 becomes 214% extra physical damage. Like, but it's a chance. It's not a guarantee that you go like plus 20% on everything. Stuff can roll down, stuff can roll up. But yeah, so there's one omen like that, which is gonna be wild. I'm sure those like fucking Chinese RMTers are gonna go nuts over this. Get like a perfect mirror tier, whatever, spear, bow, whatever, and then over div it. Oh my god, it's gonna be wild. That's gonna be insane. Endgame changes. Currently, oh yeah, they made a lot of changes to pinnacle content. So they made it so that everything is tiered. So if let's say you want to do the lowest level of Simulacrum or King of the Mist, it takes less shards to enter versus just like being the same entry cost for tier 1 and tier 4. They said this was mainly to address the fact that when you were, let's say you got a king audience with a king and you didn't want to waste it on a low tier and you potentially lose, and you sell it to somebody who's going to run tier 4. So it created this like this heavy opportunity cost where because you were getting worse drops, you didn't want to run the pinnacle content. So they wanted to address that by making it cheaper to enter the lower tiers to help offset the difference in value in the end. Arbiter of Ash, they made it so that Arbiter of Ash is always infinite portals, always drops tier 4 rewards, but is effectively the same as difficulty 0 or something. Maybe they'll do something in the middle, but in the end, Arbiter of Ash is basically just going to be infinite portals, and you always get the best rewards possible. Yeah, and some of the bonuses have become inherent to the Arbiter of Ash's drops. I wonder if they're going to retain the rare tablets on Arbiter of Ash. Added an Uber version, which now requires the new Calamity Fragments to access. These are obtained from Citadel bosses, but only once you've allocated the max number of points in your Boss Atlas passive tree, ensuring these Citadels are okay, so that's interesting. I did not realize that. I don't think they mentioned it in the stream either. Or maybe they did and I was talking with somebody. Acquiring map boss Atlas passes have been adjusted. Slaying a map boss in a 79 plus, 80 plus. Slaying an anomaly map boss in a 79 plus and a citadel map in a 79 plus, completing the pinnacle flame. Olroth Origin of the Fall no longer spawns in logbooks. Wait, what? Wait, what? Huh? I'm guessing you're just gonna get an Olroth entry. Yo, logbooks are gonna dump and they're gonna have like no value. You can't even spawn an Olroth in a logbook. They're gonna be decent for XP farming, but that's ass. Why? What? Mysterious anomalies can now appear on the Atlas. When they showed this on stream, it looked pretty cool. This actually looked pretty cool. Modifiers on Waystones have been reworked. Now every modifier comes with a downside. For example, monsters deal 20% extra as cold, and an upside, plus 10% monster pack size, and some amount of additional Waystone drop chance. This was This is amazing. Like, this is how it worked in PoE 1, where the more modifiers, the more difficult the map. You didn't have these stupid prefix modifiers. And you didn't go there rolling for prefix modifiers. And then you sit there. Like, I had to sell a lot of maps for gold recently. Let's say you wanted, like, these are bad examples. Here, additional essence. Like, for a lot of people, this is worthless. Additional magic pack size. Like, pretty worthless for most people. Oh, here, 3 additional rare chests. Like, this is fucking worthless. And additional packs of Valmont. Like, most people didn't really care about these things. And they just cluttered up the prefixes. So while most of us are trying to get, let's say, rare monsters plus quant plus rarity, stuff like that, it's just, there's just so much clutter on prefixes. Yeah, if you can run it, you will always want to max mod your Waystone now. Now, the downside is that you have 6 buffs to monsters, always, if you're going to max mod your Waystone. You're going to have 6 buffs to monsters. So you might have, like, plus 20% is cold, plus 20% is lightning, plus 20% is fire, plus 40% damage increase, plus, 50% elemental res, whatever. All those added on. Yeah, downsides have been made weaker to account for the ability to have more present than before. Yeah. Unidentified corrupted Waystones can now be used to access a corrupted nexus. Waystones can no longer have greater than 8 modifiers when corrupted. Items found in very high level areas that can have random quality can now have up to 30% quality. Quality currency still cannot apply more than 20% quality to an item. So yeah, they added what they call, like, oh, what's the name of it? What's the name of it? Let's call them perfect bases. They basically created perfect bases where it can drop with more than 20% qual. But it has to drop that way. You cannot qual it past 20. It has to drop that way. This is going to make mirror crafting insane because you're going to be spending... These bases are probably going to go for ridiculous amounts. So imagine, like, a perfect eye level base with 30% quality. Items that can have a maximum of 2 sockets now have a very low chance of generating with 3 sockets. This is going to be insane. It's actually going to be insane. Imagine dropping, like, a 30% qual, 3 socket vial robe. That's going to be worth... that's going to be worth so many divs. Unless they're, like, relatively common, most likely this is going to be worth a lot. This stuff is going to be worth a crazy amount. Exceptional item. Yeah, Hideout Warrior. Oh my god. Ugh. This stuff is going to be insane. I can't even imagine. I actually can't even imagine. This is going to be ridiculous. The thing is, notice how this is not... So here, the 30% qual, what they said was it would only affect normal items. So it'll drop as a normal rarity, but it will be exceptional. So it'll have overqual. The thing is, they mention that they mentioned that this can work on uniques as well. And they show that even if it drops with 2 sockets, it can roll with a 3rd socket. So let's say you have your 1 socket, let's say your 1 socket helmet, drops with 2 sockets, then you corrupt it for 3 sockets. That means you can literally have an alpha howl with 3 sockets now. Or whatever other fucking helmet you're going to use. Crown of Eyes. Deepest Tower was actually just directly removed from the game. I can't even believe it. Oh, we abused that so hard. I'm happy. I'm happy we got it removed. Presumably, you can get a 6-socket Warrior. Presumably, yes. You can get a 6-socket Warrior. Can you imagine, like, a perfect 6-socket Warrior dropping? Actually, you'd have to corrupt it, but oh my god. Imagine hitting that 6-socket on, like, an attribute double res Warrior. Oh my god, you're gonna be rich. You're gonna be absolutely rich, and then you forgot the qual. But anyway, they actually don't mention if, like, they didn't specifically mention Warrior, but if this works on uniques and Warrior is one of them, like, oh my god, that can be insane. But also think about boots. Tyloo, think about the boots. Well, won't anyone think about the boots? So you have your... Yep, exactly. Your Essence of Horror on boots. You get 3-socket boots with 100% increased effective socketed runes and soul cores. Then you drop in a little bit of a 5% move speed. Now suddenly you have... that's an extra 30% move speed on a 35. So you can get 65% move speed boots. And one of the uniques they showed, this is going to be best in slot. I'm telling you now, this belt is going to be best in slot in every single build, or just about. It's called, I don't remember what it was called, but what it does is it allows you, it drops with 2 sockets and gives you increased effect of socketed items up to 100%. And presumably you can Crankle Divine that with a Val and hit 122%. So imagine it will allow you to, let's say, socket helmet talismans in, or helmet items in, or boot items in, or something else. So imagine now you have your 65% move speed boots plus it's 2.22 times 5 times 2, 87% base move speed is what you can achieve now with a perfect belt, 120% or better belt for boot sockets, and best in slot perfect boots. You can reach 87% move speed. Go back to 0.1, where the best move speed was 35% without banners and whatnot. We literally went from 35% to 87% max move speed in two major patches. The problem is, of course, one, you need the belt, and I guarantee you this belt is going to be expensive as fuck. I doubt it's going to be cheap. I doubt it's going to be that common. And the belt can roll presumably with, like, glove slot, body armor slot, helmet slot, boot slot. So 4 different variants. And then you want to hit the Crankle Divine. But even if you don't hit the Crankle Divine, that's minus 2 move speed. 85% move speed if you just have a perfect 100% on it with boots. It's wild. There's no way that belt releases as they showed in the trailer. There's no way. It's gonna be Ingenuity 2.0 if that happens. Everyone's gonna be running a copy of it in some form or another. So some of the things that, again, for you viewers, you're gonna get a little heads up. Some of the things that are really important, like really nice, you can get some attack speed. I don't think this is the most relevant, personally. Enemies you curse take increased damage. This means that on a belt with 2 sockets, 100% increased effect of socketed items, you can get 20% increased damage against cursed enemies for a belt slot. A 1.2x multi on a belt slot. This is pretty nuts. For rarity bots, increased rarity of items found. Whatever. That's not a big deal. Presence area effect, this is getting nerfed. That's not actually going to be presence area effect. This is also not going to be cooldown recovery rate. One of them is going to be... what's it called? Increased accuracy. So for accuracy stackers, that's going to be huge. You can get 60% from your belt now. The helmet? Wait, did they show a new helmet? There's also this one here. Where is it? This one. Skill effect duration and cooldown recovery rate. This is wild. This is absolutely insane. Slotting into that belt. Because now you can get 32% cooldown recovery rate on the belt. And 32% increased skill effect duration on a belt. It's insane. This on that belt is gonna be wild. And then also, yeah, you can add move speed as well. So those are some of the bigger ones. Between the Egrins and the Kipolotl flow, those are some of the bigger ones that you can definitely add in. Anyway, that belt is wild. So yeah. Atlas Street changes. Essences now have 4 tiers: lesser, normal, greater, and perfect. Did they talk about this? Here, lesser, normal, and greater essences can upgrade a magic item to rare, adding a guaranteed modifier. One thing that they showed is that even the greater essence does not even give a very good like a T1 mod. You're not guaranteeing a tier 1 out of this. It guarantees like a tier 2 or tier 3 mod or something. Perfect essences and essences obtained through corruption remove a random modifier and augments a rare item with a new guaranteed modifier. So what they showed in the stream is a perfect fire essence, and it gave gain extra as 30% fire on a weapon. This acts as a chaos orb though. And presumably if it acts at anywhere like anything like the previous Essence of Deliriums and stuff. If it acts like the Essence of Delirium or Essence of Horror, then one of the things about this is that this is eye level 1. You can see it here over the right. This is eye level 1. So if these perfect essences also act in the same way, where they add in as eye level 1, it will either be that you have to finish your craft with it, since it is in the end, it is a chaos orb effectively. You either finish your craft with it at the end, or you have to roll it on, fracture it, and then do your craft from there. I can only imagine how ridiculous it is that if you want to finish your craft with a perfect essence, oh my god, even if you fracture like one mod, 1 out of 5 to land on whatever garbage that you wanted to remove with it. And otherwise you have to restart or something. Okay, unique strongbox have their own unique minimap icons. Added a minimap icon to the Rain Festival Beetle monster. Delwyn no longer appears. Oh, I also heard that uniques are going to sell for more gold. Oh, thank God. Uncuts can be traded through currency exchange. Let's go. Woo. Omens can stack. Oh, rip my omen. Rip my omen tab. This is really nice. You can now log directly into town or hideout, which means if you're in like a bricked area or something, or let's say you're on hardcore, now you can just log directly into your hideout. If you're, let's say you're on hardcore, you're about to die, just log into your hideout directly. It used to be that you would just like, wait 15 minutes and it would reset, but now you can just skip all of that. Okay, this is all pretty fine. Player changes. When holding down the dodge roll button, your character now goes into a sprint after they finish the roll. Sprint is available on all character classes and has no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of the sprint feature is to make navigating areas faster when out of combat. Though if you do take a hit while sprinting, you will fall to the ground, so basically like heavy stun. You can no longer socket multiple copies of... okay. Oh, okay. Few things to unpack here. So one of the things is they also said that this will apply to blink. So you can like if you have blink on your character, you can hold spacebar, it'll blink you, and then at the end you can sprint. One thing that I really worry about is that if you have like a hasted map, this is gonna get really sketchy. Dude, I remember in 0.1, there was a hasted map with hasted magic pack on a naturally fast pack. Dude, those things ran in from off screen to hitting me in like 2 fucking frames, and I lost my shit. From off screen to hitting me, stunning me, killing me in like 2 fucking frames. It was insane. You are definitely fast if you are sprinting, but I can imagine that this is going to be pain in the ass. You can't do example 2 whirlwind skill on one character. Yeah, it seems like you can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem into your main skill sockets. Skills not granted by gems and skills socketed into persistent skill buffs do not count towards this limit. You can have like 3 arcs. Wait, does that mean you can't have 2 cast on crits? Or is that or because that's a persistent, it doesn't count? So yeah, it seems like you can't have 2 whirlwinds, meaning that if you want to play whirlwind, then you're probably gonna just have set 2 be like full on AoE, so you can at least have some AoE. But the problem is then gonna be that if you want to use conk effect, you're probably gonna have to skip concentrated effect on yeah, you're probably gonna have to skip conk effect if you want to use whirling slash. So you're gonna have to skip. Let's pull up the path of building. Wait, did I not pin my actual? I didn't pin my own guide in my own Discord for whirling slash. But I do have a max roll. Okay. Okay, so if you're gonna do whirling slash, you can't have like your AoE slash and your normal one. Whirling slash will actually work better in 0.3, and I'll talk about that later. But you won't be able to have like reach and expanse. You could technically have reach, but you'll probably skip innervate, conk effect. You'll have lightning infusion, martial tempo, bullseye, and you'll want magnified effect. So you'll lose out on damaging supports, but it'll still be possible to do it. And it'll actually be better. Again, I'll talk about that after. So yeah. Seems like you can't have so snapshotting, you'll probably still be able to go to set 2, snapshot like all your AoE nodes, and then go back to set 1. But yeah. Attribute requirements on all equipment and skill gems have been lowered. This is amazing. So no like 205 for your main skill level 20. Oh, it's so nice. So nice. The problem is I think they were looking at like PoE 1 and seeing like, oh, you can have like plus 80 strength on an item, and they didn't really, Think about it when they made it, you can only have plus 30 strength on an item, how annoying it would be to hit that. Especially once you start considering Giant's Blood. I don't know if they made changes. I didn't see it. They probably did, but anyway. Fire damage no longer inherently has a chance to ignite. Instead, it inflicts flammability on the enemy based on the damage dealt. Flammability is a debuff that lasts for 4 seconds and grants all fire damage against the enemy a chance to ignite that enemy equal to their flammability magnitude. So basically, if you want to ignite an enemy now, it'll take at least 2 hits. I wonder how that's going to affect stuff like Solar Orb. But we'll see. Multiple hits can stack up flammability independently, meaning that the target being hit frequently and or hard enough will consistently have a 100% chance to be ignited. Effects which don't hit but ignite targets as though they did, such as from incinerate or ignited ground, also inflict flammability but are not able to ignite targets until the target has a 100. Interesting. I just had an idea for Whirling Slash. Actually do the incinerate version. Of Whirling Slash and then use an Ancestral Warcry. Where is it? Ancestral Cry. Perform a Warcry using glory gained by igniting enemies to turn you into the embodiment of Calm. While embodying Calm, your footsteps trigger volcanic steps. Melee strikes and slams are ancestrally boosted, and your melee attacks trigger volcanic eruption. This sounds really fucking fun with a fire Whirling Slash. Oh man, I'm gonna be so on top of that when that comes out. Alright, we're back. Effects which, anything that removes, consumes, or grants immunity to Ignite does the same for Flammability. These changes do not affect how Ignite itself functions or is calculated once it has been applied. These changes also apply to any other non-fire damage that becomes capable of igniting and to enemies. Some enemies deal non-ignite damage over time, which is not affected by these changes. Shock now lasts 8 seconds on non-players by default, previously 4. Still lasts 4 on players. Chill now lasts 8 seconds on non-players, previously 2. It still lasts 2 seconds on players. Chills on any target are now discarded if the magnitude is less than 30%, previously 5. So yeah, if you want to chill and slow enemies with chill, it has to be pretty hefty chill. Overflow effects on life, mana, and energy shield can now overflow the maximum by up to 1.5 times from 2 times. So especially with Blood Mage, before you were able to overflow very easily to 2 times your max HP using Blood Mage. I'm actually on a Temporalis build here, so Blood Mage here. You would use this. No. Wait, where was it? Oh yeah, Life Remnants. Skills gain a base life cost equal to base mana cost. Grants Life Remnants. I'm log in here. Okay, so Life Remnants. This made it really easy to overflow. While active, enemies you kill have a chance to spawn a Life Remnant, and critically hitting a target spawns a Life Remnant every few seconds. Picking up a Life Remnant grants you life, which can overflow max life. With Life Remnants, it was so fucking easy to overflow to like 2x your max HP. So, and especially with Blood Mage that encouraged having high life, this was pretty impactful. And you could easily hit like 4,000 plus HP. And then not to mention, there was also the notable here, it's not usable for this build, gain additional max life equal to 100% of your energy shield from equipped body armor. So you had like a 1.2k ES body armor, you had like 2.5k base HP, you had 3.7k max life, and then you doubled that with life remnants to like 7k plus. It was, you could really hit some crazy amounts of max life with this. So now overflow is capped at 1.5 instead of 2. That's still really nice. There's different overflow mechanics as well. I don't know if I've really seen overflow mana, but I've seen overflow ES as well. Light stun chances are of less than 15 are now treated as 0. Enemy elemental exposure now has 15% less effect on magic monsters, 30% less on rare, 50% less on unique. Unarmed attacks now have a base crit chance of 5. Glory now decays if you have not gained any in the previous 15 seconds, bro. I guess they really wanted to avoid people like, you know, especially like if you look at Zesht and Zarok, maybe less so for Zarok, but especially for Zesht, they probably wanted to avoid that whole thing of you just clearing out all of the little minions and then immediately bum rushing him and dropping a huge hammer of the gods on him. Oil Ground's duration is now refreshed when it catches fire. Gaining guard while you already have guard no longer replaces the existing guard buff if the new guard you have would be lower, blah, 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 blah. Ice crystals now instantly shatter from hits that would consume freeze. As this is now the default behavior, Glacial Cascade and Fragmentation rounds no longer specifically call out this behavior. Added a new mechanic called Elemental Infusion that many elemental spells interact with. Some skills create infusions of a specific element as remnants on the ground, which can be picked up to grant you the infusion. Other skills can consume infusions of a specific type to grant additional bonuses depending on the skill. Some skills consume infusions that match the skill's elemental type, while others have cross-elemental infusions. They really wanted to push like multi-element builds here. And they talked about that in the stream where they were really pushing for that kind of multi-element interaction to give some openings for more multi-element interactions. The following have been renamed, don't really care. Reloading a crossbow and switching crossbow ammunition no longer reduces the player's movement speed. This is nice quality of life for crossbow users. Crossbows overall always felt so fucking clunky. I'm really glad they did this. Blocking is no longer limited to strikes and projectiles by default. All hits that are not specifically unblockable with the red flash can be blocked. Ray Shield and Parry now require you to face the enemy that is hitting you rather than the direction from which the hit originates. Some monster skills for which directionality is unclear have been changed to be blockable from any direction using these skills. Player, minion, and monster base maximum block chance is now 50, previously 75. This is a huge change. This is a huge change, one, to block bots, because they would use the shield that, you know, shares block chance with their allies in the region. So supports using block chance and block, for blocking, significantly nerfed here. This is a huge nerf. Not to mention, a lot of the meta in 0.2 was using offensive stance, Lay Siege, and Chernobog, which is on a different character, and I'm not going to change just to show you that. Well, I can just go here. Holy, I have too many builds. Oh. Chernobog. Gain 1% of fire damage. Gain 1% of damage as fire damage per 1% chance to block. So these kinds of... so they really nerfed max block, which means that instead of having 75, 75, 75 across those, now it's 50, 50, 50. Now, presumably, you can still get the Corrupt on Chernobog to get 53%, like I have on that build, and still be pretty reasonably strong, but overall, it's a nerf there. Rip my Flail build. Flail's not even out. Flail build already nerfed. Effects which set a maximum of volatility now properly do so instead of being added with a default cap of 200. Players now gain 6 accuracy per level instead of 3, and each point of dex now grants plus 6 to accuracy instead of 5. This is huge for Whirling Slash. So now let's say you hit 95, a normal level, 95. Now you immediately have, instead of, 285, you have 570 base accuracy. This is more than you would get on like a perfect helmet, or around the same. Somewhere in that perfect helmet, T1 accuracy was 550, not including the light radius mod that you could get. So yeah, this is more. You now have more base accuracy on your character, and then plus, let's say you had 300 dex, that's an extra 300 base accuracy as well. And that also means that with Gemling, you can double that. Double it and give it to the next person. All right, accuracy fall off penalty now linearly interpolates from 2 meters down to 12. This maximum penalty being 90% less accuracy rating at distances of 9 meters or further. Previously, there was no maximum. At 14 meters, you had 100% less accuracy rating. Player minions now always hit with their attacks. Yes, this was nice. So they also removed the jewel node for that. Player projectile skills now fire a minimum of 1 projectile, even if they should fire 0. I'm really not sure what this is targeting. I honestly could not think of a single example. There was probably some build somewhere, or some kind of weird interaction that you can make something fire 0. I don't know. If you know, let me know. I don't. Swapping weapons is now instant. Thank God. Now we can actually like fluidly swap between skills. It means that you can, let's say, like set, oh, well, this one is going to be, it's true, this has no skills. Oh, let's say on set 1, do this. On set 2, you do this. Or sorry, like, depending on what skill it is, you do that, you swap it. And especially with different, now you can, like, more easily, fluidly switch between them and have better use of your different weapon sets and, buffs from your weapons. That's going to be really, really impactful for builds going in. So now we can take more advantage of your second set. All charge-consuming skills now pause their corresponding charge's duration while in use. Okay. Elemental damage recouped as life and physical damage recouped as life now display in the life section of the character panel. Okay. Clarified on the stun keyword that monster melee damage has 33% more light stun chance and heavy stun buildup. Updated the ice crystal keyword to clarify that it blocks movement to smaller monsters, while larger monsters will destroy any crystals in their path. Okay. Ascendancy changes. Yeah, Warbringer got overhauled a lot. The answered call notable now adds +1 to maximum number of, also provides +1 maximum number. This is, we're on Warbringer already. This one. So normally gives you a trigger of Ancestral Spirits. I'm assuming this remains, but now also gives you +1 max to totems. But it's also weird. We'll show totems because I imagine they wanted to push Warbringers to be totem builds, but then they added a totem that bypasses the limit anyway, so this just feels weird. The Spirit skill granted by the answer call notable passive skill no longer grants minions from the skill. Have increased, blah, blah, blah. Instead, minions from the skill now have 1% increased attack speed per 3 of your decks. Nice. Great Wolf's Howl notable passive skill has been removed. And the Warcaller's Bellow also provides the ignore cooldown. So instead of this is not a notable anymore. This gets combined into this. So this Warcaller's Bellow has the explode plus the ignore Warcry cooldown. So for 2 points, you get all that instead. Which is kind of nice. Renly's Training notable passive skill now grants 35% base chance of block. This is huge, by the way. So they nerfed this skill from 40 to 35. But when you see later on the item changes, basically every shield has had its block chance like halved. So getting a 35% base block chance is massive. The Turtle Charm notable passive skill no longer grants 25% less block chance or can be blocked while... Oh, now it's you take 30% damage from blocked hits and your maximum block chance is 75. So remember, they nerfed max block chance to 50, but Warbringer can still get 75% block chance. But you take some damage from blocked hits. This can still be nice for the flail build. So yeah. Stacks of Jade granted by the Jade Heritage notable passive skill. Also, I believe they removed Glancing Blows fully. So it's going to be harder to build up block chance, like, just as a thing. Stacks of Jade granted by the Jade Heritage notable passive skill are no longer lost when taking physical damage from a hit. Let me just log into the flail. I didn't use Stacks of Jade, but from what I remember, it gave you some kind of damage reduction or armor or something. Consume stacks of Jade to grant guard based on your maximum life for each Jade consumed. You cannot have Jade stacks while you have guard. Gain guard equal to 6% of your max life per Jade consumed. Oh, you have to cast this. Okay. Ancestral spirits from the Answer Call have been improved. They now appear faster and start using Seal sooner. Nice. Ancestral Jade Hulk no longer charges. It instead uses a Warcry to buff nearby allies. Their Leap Slam has also been improved. Jade Caster has a spell casting range increased. The Pinning Jade Storm has had its area effect increased. Well, okay, so overall fixes to that. Smith of Katava, the flowing metal notable passive skill now causes body armor to grant 35% of armor to also apply to elemental damage from hits. Previously caused body armor to grant plus 5% to maximum fire res. This is big. They seem to really be targeting maximum resistances on gear. Later on, you'll see that there's 3 uniques that they removed from the game. Inferno Clasp, Thunder Step, and there's a helmet in there too. I forget what the helmet did. So the Thunder Step is plus 5% max lightning res. Inferno Clasp is plus 5% max fire res. And the helmet was plus 5% max cold res. So those have been removed, and the Smith of Katava also loses this. I don't know what the goal is generally, but Smith of Katava is generally going to be a lot squishier now. But overall, should still be definitely usable. All right, Gemling Legionnaire. This got buffed. Gemling looks really nice. The advanced Thaumaturgy notable passive skills no longer grants 30% less cost of skill, or skill gems have 30% more attribute requirements. It now grants Dynamism buff, which while active causes you to passively generate a power frenzy or endurance charge every 8 seconds. This is fucking worthless, honestly. Every 8 seconds. I don't know. They do seem to want to make it harder to generate charges, at least frenzy charges. This could be potentially good, but I'm not holding my breath on this. The gem stud and notable passive skill no longer grants you the ability to duplicate a support gem. Instead, it now provides for each color of socketed gem that is most numerous gain. Hits against you have no critical damage bonus. This is huge. Skills have 30% less cost, or 40% less movement speed penalty from using skills while moving. This is so nice for stuff like crossbows. Just overall reduced movement speed penalty. You can use it with bows, but most likely bows are going to go Deadeye. You can go like crossbow with this. It's going to be so nice. Less movement speed penalty. Super, super nice for, all sorts of things. Otherwise, hits against you have no critical damage bonus. This is generally like pretty hard to achieve. Notables in the tree only give you like 20 to 25%. So you have Battle Hardened, 20% reduced critical damage bonus. You have Desensitization, 25%. Controlling Magic. Oh, this is reduced critical chance against you. Not the same. But yeah, so overall there are, and Takaba also did it too. Yeah, so stuff like Takaba also reduced. It was actually like really difficult to reach 100% reduce critical damage bonus against you. So when you have map mods like map mods like this, like monsters can hit really fucking hard. So 100% crit damage reduction, or like they just don't have any damage bonus for critting you is kind of wild. This looks like Gemling got buffed here because generally his best Gemling's best. I always thought integrated efficiency was an amazing node. So now you have that here, that one in the middle here, that gem studded, and integrated efficiency. So this path is going to be absolutely insane to take. And then you can also go with the traditional plus like 14% qual and grab a +2 on your main gems, or you can go take attribute bonuses. Why am I getting pinged? Okay, so yeah, Gemling actually looks amazing. Gemling looks really good. Tactician. I did not play Tactician at all. Node also provides +1 to maximum number of summoned totems. Projectile damage builds pin. Oh, let's see. I don't really know what to talk about for Tactician. I honestly just like never looked at Tactician. It gives a new buff based on what totems you're using. So now you get auras based on what totems. I wonder if this is an aura in the area or if it's just directly onto the player placing. Because then you can just spam like 5 shockwave totems down. I also don't know if it stacks. But I wonder if you could put like 5 shockwave totems down and get 150% increased area of effect or something. I genuinely am curious about how this is going to function. This part is going to function. There is no limit on the number of banners. Now provides there's no limit on the number of banners you can place, and banners gain 5 glory per second instead of can place multiple banners. So what they nerfed banners. They made it so that you need to charge glory, and glory only charges from hitting enemies. That means that banner botting is like pretty dead, unfortunately. Maybe I don't know if there's going to be some kind of way to generate enough glory as a tactician as a banner bot. Unlikely. So 5 glory per second. Banners take 200 glory. There's probably going to be ways to reduce how much glory to get max or something. I don't know. But banner botting is probably pretty dead. Ritualist. The as the Whispers ask, notable past skill has been removed, and as the Whispers demand, notable also grants the ritual sacrifice skill. Where is this? So they removed this and they just added it here. You just instead of 4 points, it takes 2 points. Okay. I still don't think that's that amazing because most people are probably gonna take. If you're going ritualist, you're taking it for this bottom tree. So that's 4 points, and then probably this. Consume 25% of max mana to trigger charms with insufficient charges. This pairs really well with the golden charms, which are now more common. So Yeah, I still don't think this is gonna be that relevant. Anyway. Especially with headhunters becoming more common, like if you wanna if if you want monster mods, you would just use a headhunter at that point. Yeah, I don't think that really changes much. The Wildwood Persistence notable passive skill grants 10% increased life recovery rate per 5 instead of 5. Okay, whatever. Amazon, the Critical Strike notable passive skill now has gain additional crit chance equal to 15% of your excess chance to hit with attacks, previously 25, and no longer specifies it ignores hobble on the target. Did it even? I didn't even remember it saying that. Yeah, it never did. Wait, what? Okay. The Elemental Surge notable passive skill, previously Elemental Infusions, now grants 3 surges when consuming a Power, Frenzy, or Endurance instead of 2. I mean, this was pretty strong. But yes, they nerfed the crit chance. The reason is because there's more ways to get accuracy now. So this is just like offsetting the this just offsets the amount of crit chance that you get because they're giving you more accuracy. What am I starting with? I'm starting with Deadeye. Deadeye looks like it's going to be incredibly strong overall, like just in general. And they actually buffed Deadeye. Like they genuinely buffed Deadeye and it looks ridiculous. On top of having the deflect mechanic, they buffed Deadeye. Elemental Surge, I didn't really see many people using it. I tried to use it. It didn't really work that well. I was doing a meme build with I was using Temporalis to reduce cast on or to reduce the what is it? What's that mark called? The critical mark, whatever. The frenzy mark. Why can't I remember the name of it? Oh fuck. I need sleep. I need sleep. What is that mark called? Sniper's mark, that's the one. So I had made like a Temporalis build using cast on crit with Sniper's mark with the Last Lament. So Last Lament gives you the here it is. Gives you the Compose Requiem. And when you compose Requiem, you get 12 seconds of just like 16 bolts, 16 to 20 bolts per second. And it's a lot of fun. So what I wanted to do with Amazon is use Requiem, then have Tempo reduce the cooldown of Frenzy of the Sniper's Mark, and just generate a bunch of Frenzy charges and consume them, so that I can generate the charges or consume the charges and generate the infusions for this elemental infusion. When you consume a frenzy charge, gain 2 lightning infusion, and then the infusion blows up and stuff. But the problem is that we shoot so fast, and you still are limited to 1 sniper's mark every 0.1 seconds, or 10 per second at most. And you still have to consume them. So anyway, didn't really work super well. Pathfinder. I did not read these beforehand. I've never played Pathfinder. You guys, I like Poison Concoction was used a lot in 0.1. And then 0.2 rolls around and I didn't see a single Pathfinder all league. I don't even know if they exist in 0.2. Maybe they could have removed the entire Ascendancy and I would not have known. The Sustainable Practices notable passive now gains 50% evasion rating, also grants elemental damage reduction. Damn, so they made it tankier. Peacock Poison Concoction, granted by the Poison Concoction notable passive skill choice, has been renamed to Acidic Concoction. Okay. The concoction consumes charges from your mana flask to throw a flask that explodes, dealing physical damage in an area. The flask consumes poison on hit to cause an acidic burst, which deals damage based on the highest expected remaining damage. What the fuck? Acidic concoction and acidic burst cannot poison. Acidic burst deals unscalable physical damage equal to 150% of the expected remaining. What? But how are they expecting you to poison? I thought you had to have an unarmed skill set. I guess with instant swaps, you can have like you poison with one skill set and then switch to unarmed set to cast poison concoction or acidic concoction, whatever they want to call it now. This just seems weird. I guess the rotation is like they're expecting you because it multiplies the remaining amount of poison damage that it would have. And it also deals it in an AoE. Like the goal is that you go in, poison an enemy, concoct, poison, concoct, poison, concoct. So 2-button build. It might be good, but like right now, my big issue is that scaling the base amount of poison that you deal on an enemy is pretty shit. So I don't know how that's gonna work. Anyway, yeah, I I don't know. I've never played concoction builds. I don't know if this is good or bad. This might be fun with like daggers in the future. So if you didn't see, daggers have this notable up here, and I imagine that most people have not seen. Critical hits with daggers have a 25% chance to poison the enemy. So this is a lot of fun. Like, I can definitely imagine in the future with daggers you can have some very strong poison builds. So you have like some fast attacking dagger, and you do a lot of like plus poison limits. Here, targets can be affected by +1 of your poisons. There's a few of these in the tree. So you have a few of those. Here's another one here, +1. And then you just like, you do a bunch of those, boom, you concoct, and then you go back to slapping with daggers. Still doesn't feel... I mean, yeah, it's viable, Espresso. We were talking about it earlier. The maximum possible move speed, just between belt and boots right now is 87%. That's not including the Roa either. Yeah, Roa gives you plus 15%. Roa is honestly Deadeye is so busted this league. Deadeye, the notable passive no longer grants a 30% chance to gain max frenzy. Instead, it's 50% to gain an additional. So slight nerf there. Called Shot's notable passive skill no longer lets you apply an additional mark. Instead, it causes your projectiles to chain to marked enemies and grants a new Called Shot's meta skill that repeatedly marks enemies near you, bypassing your mark limit. This is fucking wild. This is so busted. And one of the reasons that it's busted is because marks are no longer counted as spells. So the reason that you can put these in cast-ons is because they are counted as spells. So you see how they have spell? So this lets you put it into cast-ons. You cannot put Sniper's Mark into cast-ons anymore, meaning that they want you to manually cast marks if you want, especially Sniper's Mark for frenzy charges. So imagine you're mapping, you have to like go find a mob, cast Sniper's Mark, then go crit it to generate your frenzy charge. And marks do have a cast time. And you cannot put it into a cast-on to just automate the whole process and make it one button. But then, for some fucking reason, they gave Deadeye Called Shot's meta skill that repeatedly marks enemies near you, bypassing your mark limit. Literally just everyone in an area around you just gets marked. I also imagine that Presence Area of Effect is going to make this is going to be really important in this build. So Jules, especially to scale Presence Area of Effect, is going to be really important for Deadeye, because especially if you're most likely going to have some range to you. So yeah, if you want to generate Frenzy Charge, you're going to need to be Deadeye. Like actively generating Frenzy Charges. The Eagle Eye's notable passive skill no longer removes distance-based accuracy penalty. Instead, it applies 20 stacks of critical weakness to enemies when you consume a mark on them. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Dude, Deadeye is absolutely busted. So, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. So, you would have it's they said Eagle Eyes, right? So you would change Eagle Eyes. You would take 2 points here. This gives you a fuck ton of critical weakness on the enemy, and then you would take you would probably take endless munitions. You would take called shots, Eagle Eyes, and then you could probably you would most likely take Wind Ward. You would take Wind Ward for Tailwind plus damage reduction. That would be like a very relevant combo. But generally, every single tree here is relevant. Is super, super relevant. You could also then instead take Endless Munitions. You could swap between it if you don't want to take Tailwind, or if you don't need to mark with your current build, you could drop like these two and take Endless Munitions. But especially with like plus arrows fired and stuff, this starts feeling less useful. I'm gonna be going Bow Deadeye to start. It just looks Deadeye just looks fucking insane. Like actually just looks insane. Invoker, elemental expression, skill granted, blah blah blah, now deals. So they slightly buffed it. The meditate skill, now granted by the faith of is a choice notable, is now granted. It now has a cooldown of 7 to 5.1, previously 8.1. Now grants 100% more energy shield recharge instead of 28. Yeah, Bo said, let's see what he wrote to me. He says he works a decent bit, but he'll be on. So yeah, we'll hopefully. I also have another, I don't know if he's here. He's on the Discord. He's been chatting. He apparently runs like super try-hard farm group. I don't know if I'm going to make it in, but I can always recommend you. He says like you have to commit to like 16-hour days for like the first week or something if you want to be part of the group. And I work, so I can only be there like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But yeah. Acolyte of Chayula. Yeah, he apparently grinds like mega hard every league start to really get a head start on currency and drops and stuff. And this league, group mapping is probably going to be ridiculously profitable. So I know you came in late. Oh, okay, so you already know him. Okay. I know you came in late, but like I'm sure you read the patch notes because you wrote you wrote to me in game. But yeah, it's like the Hinakora's lock. This is gonna go for probably a good amount of money. I'm assuming that it's gonna be one tier below mirrors, but like above divs, and it's gonna be worth a good chunk of currency for mirror crafters. Greater chaos orbs are gonna be insane. What's up, Shan? Greater chaos orbs are gonna be like the perfect chaos orbs are gonna be nuts as well, because for crafting it's gonna be like super super important to use these to save on omens. So yeah, perfect chaos orbs and the lock are gonna be really important. They also, I didn't notice anything in these patch notes, but the Abyss adds unveiled mods. The Abyss adds new unveiled mods. So if you played PoE 1, unveiling was, what is it, Nemesis? The Nemesis mechanic. So basically what you do is you use this new currency item from Abyss on the item. It adds an unveiled mod, then you go and you get a 1 out of 3 chance to pick a mod. And there's obviously going to be mods that are just unveil only. Let's go to PoE 1 DB. This is what I don't want it to end up like, but it probably will, because that's, it's PoE in the end. Let's look at bows. These are all the modifiers that can roll on a bow. Look how ridiculous this is. Imagine trying to plan out like what modifiers you want to get on a mirrored bow and in what order. These are all the modifiers I can roll on a bow in PoE 1. So unveiling was veiled here. So like these are unique to veiled. These were fully unique to veiled. So in PoE 2 it's gonna be the same thing where you slap on your abyss veil, and then you might get let's see. Here, you might get something like this. Trigger a level 1 blood rage when you kill an enemy and increase attack speed. Ooh, fuck yeah. Like stuff like that. Like there's probably going to be some really crazy unique increased attack speed while a rare unique is nearby. Critical strike multiplier while a rare unique is nearby. Increased damage per endurance frenzy. Oh my god, imagine this. Increased damage per frenzy charge in PoE 2. You can have like 9 frenzy charges relatively easily. And if you're playing Deadeye and you have a bow with this, that would be insane. And that's on a suffix. Anyway, chance to deal double damage. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Anyway, the whole point is like veiled mods are unique. Like they're different from other mods that you get. Like that's not something that you get here. So and that's an abyss thing. So there's 2 new ways to add mods to there's 2 new modifier classes to gear. So you have perfect essences and you have abyss and veiled mods. So yeah, there's 2 new crafting add-ons. Acolyte of Chayula. I did not read any of the rest of these either. Okay, let's go. Man, we're like halfway through only. Reality Rending Notable has been renamed. No longer grants chance to gain a percentage of damage with hits as chaos damage. Instead, now grants leech recovers based on chaos damage as well as physical. Wait, what? Didn't they already have leech as part of their ascendancy? So instead of getting this, where you gain chance to gain extra as chaos, your leech also goes off others, but you already have this? I don't understand. That seems weird. No longer provides any benefits in stealth itself, instead now being a multi-choice. All flames red. I'm not really understanding what any of this really means for Chalupa. Honestly, I'm really not understanding what any of this means. No longer grants mana leech recovers. Okay, so they move the leech basically. Instead, it now grants 1 volatility on inflicting an elemental ailment and take no damage from volatility. There was stuff where you get extra damage for volatility, right? No, but like not on Ascend, but like in general, there's stuff to increase damage based on volatility. I never played around with volatility. So I don't know if it's I don't know how good of a way it is. I know like the thing is volatility damaged you, so I was always like, oh man, you have to manage your life too at the same time or something. I don't know. I didn't really bother too much with it. Yeah, they mentioned that they fixed the volatility cap as well. The small life passive skills prior to Sanguimancy have been removed. So basically, apparently, you start directly into this node here. Like when you start as Blood Mage, you're directly here, and then your first 2 points you can put it wherever you want. Previously, like one of the big complaints about Blood Mage is like if your Blood Mage is like your first character, you're not getting carried or anything. The problem is that your first 2 points, you're sticking them here, and then suddenly you just have a bunch of fucking life costs. Yeah, you would just not bother until you had 4 points. At least. Or you put your 1 point for 3% whole max life, and then, until you got your 4, and then you pick the rest of your shit. Or you just, start as Infernalist, and then, or Lich, and then switch over. and then switch over at the end, especially with Ascendancy changing. So yeah, that's a nice change. It's now free to allocate. So again, like that, those first 2 points are free now. And now spawns a remnant on hitting a target instead of critically hitting. Very nice. So nice quality of life there. The Gore Spike passive skill now grants 1% increased crit damage per 50 instead of 40. They have overall has swapped location with Sunder the Flesh. Ooh. Okay, so before like non-spell builds were just like coming in, grabbing this for 2 points after. Now they swap these two. So if you want this for a non-spell build, that means you're gonna have to take this worthless Sunder the Flesh. Now you do save 2 points now from the new change, so it ends up that it's still gonna cost you 4 points to grab it. But it's nice to basically disincentivize non-spell build on Blood Mage. It's still gonna be possible, but it's a nice change. I think that's fair. I honestly think that's really fair. They've also overall been like reducing crit damage, so this is also just adding on to that as well. The Between the Cracks notable passive has been renamed to Sanguine Tides. And no longer provides critical hits, ignore monster armor. Instead, now provides gain 1 life flask per 4% life spent, and 50% less life recovery from flask. It also now has when your life flask reaches full charges, 40% of its charges are consumed, gain 1% of damage as physical damage per 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. Hmm. Um. Where are my flasks? Fuck. What character do I have my flasks on? I assume it's my blood mage. So if you have a 127 charge, it can consume 40%. Let's just say 120 just to make it clean. 48. You have 48% increased physical damage. How fast could you generate 48 charges? 1 life flask per 4% of life spent. Well, 48, that's a lot. It's a lot of your max life. 192%. You'd have to be spending pretty fucking fast to consume all that on a regular basis. For 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. That's not a long buff. I really doubt you can upkeep this. You could also get a reduced number of charges. Reduced charges per use. This is not T1, but close. Oh, it's reduced charges per use. It's not reduced. Yeah, it's reduced charges per use. Yeah. So you would still have 75 charges, 40%. Oops. 30 charges to use and refill, which is 120% of your max life that you would have to go through and spend. And then you can get 30% gain as physical. I wonder if there's probably potential for like a bomber build. Some looping build. You just like spam consume because like it's not hard to use a lot. Did I take out my? Why is ball lightning not showing up? Oh right. Oh well, that's a good buff. Huh. Very nice bug. Thanks GGG. I cannot re-enable this skill now on this character. Amazing. Amazing. Yep. Okay. Anyway. It's not hard. Like this came out to like 200 mana cost, so that's like an eighth of my HP. So if you cast this, you probably are not casting this 8 times a second. Like that means you would have to cast it like 9, 10 times. Let's say 10 times in 3 seconds. That's definitely possible. It's definitely possible to cast that 10 times in 3 seconds. Depending on what kind of like build and attacks you're using, this could be a potential. It's interesting that they make it physical damage instead of like something else, fire or whatever. The open source notable passive skills has been renamed to Whispers of the Flesh and no longer grants your curses have infinite duration. Instead, it now grants enemies affected by your curses have at least 15% of life reserves. This is pretty shit. You're not really going to use this anymore. So overall, they still made it very easy to do. It also can be that, yeah, espresso. It can also be that, hmm, if you have regular, especially because the new belt gives you flash charges every few seconds. If you're gonna enter a pinnacle boss, you could also just like wait till you're near max charge, let it fully charge, and then boom, you get like 50% more damage on your rake, 50% more fizz. I think they nerfed rake. I will probably see at some point, but I think they nerfed rake. The Infernal Hound granted by the loyal companion now ignites enemies within 2.5 instead of 1.5. The pyromantic. Wait, does it still ignite? Because they said they changed how ignite works and it should apply flammability. This is something that's gonna be curious. One shot blood mage still exists. Oh my god. Did Impale get nerfed? Rake, Whirling Slash, both, and Lightning Arrow, all three seem to be relevant still in the new league. They did nerf Tangle Tongue though, so it will be harder to hit that 100% crit rate, especially early in the league where you're gonna have like shit rare spears and Tangle is nerfed. Crit damage overall has been nerfed as well. The bleed build relied heavily on critting, like very heavily on critting. It's still going to be possible to do for sure, but it did rely a lot on crits. Like don't have to lie about that. It was heavily on crits. All right, Lich. Oh wait, we didn't finish. Infernalist. Pyromantic Pact now grants you Infernal Flame equal to twice your mana, previously equal to your mana, but cause you to lose 25% of your Infernal Flame per second if you haven't gained any in the last two, previously 50. So that looks like a nice buff. Demon Form granted by the Demonic Possession notable passive skill no longer disables your weapons or has its own weapon set. It no longer grants level of all spells while in Demon Form or increased spell damage per Demon Flame. It now grants 3% more spell damage per Demon Flame and quality now provides. Wait. It no longer grants increased spell damage per Demon Flame. It now grants 3% more spell damage per Demon Flame. That is more instead of increased. Okay. Okay. And quality now provides increased cast speed while in demon form. Previously had no quality. That reads terribly, just to say the least. So more spell damage per demon flame is a multiplier, while increased would be additive with other increased spell damage. that means that Infernalist Demon Flames can probably do some really crazy damage. Like in last league, I've seen builds that hit like 500 Demon Flame or something. That is pretty insane. Even the base one where you get 10 Demon Flame. You get capped at 10 Demon Flame is the current one right now. Demon form is capped at 10 Demon Flame. This is what uncaps it. Even just having this all the time now, like, what's the downside? 10 Demon Flame is really easy to deal with. And it's just 30% damage buff, right? 30% spell damage buff. Because you no longer lose access to your wand. It's a much stronger buff. Infernalist builds can look pretty nuts now. This does look pretty nice. Like for 10 points, just grab Demon Flame. Sorry, for 2 points. Grab easy quick Demon Flame. There's also Barrier Invocation builds with Pyromantic Pact, right? So, I doesn't seem like those have been nerfed or changed. I didn't see a Barrier Invocation in the. And this is also kind of nice too. 50% more critical damage bonus. I can imagine that there's going to be some crazy Infernalist builds coming out. I'll probably have to work on something. Lich. Dominion over flesh notable passive skill has been renamed to Incessant Cacophony. It now grants your curses have infinite duration instead of your curses can affect hexproof enemies. This is interesting. So they moved infinite curse duration from Blood Mage to Lich. This means that I didn't see any other nerfs to this. Meaning that we can still do... We can still make this build. The Hammer of Memes build. They did not nerf Hammer of Faith. They may do a hidden nerf to they may do a hidden nerf to the rates, but Hammer of Memes build should still be possible. So yeah, this should still be possible with Lich, and the nice part about Lich too is that we get this little jewel socket here. So we get this little jewel socket here, which allows us to get a lot of curse magnitude in this socket. So we can spam a little bit more curse magnitude here. This is useless. And then we could... This is useless if we're going with Divinity Shrines. This is spells. This is what you would have to take, so that's 4 points. 5, 6. While you are not on low mana, you and allies in your presence have Unholy Might, lose 5% of max mana per second. This is really nice with the Hammer of Memes build, because lose 5% of max mana per second. This is... If the Hammer of Memes, one of the shrine buffs is increased life and mana regen. So most likely, you can fully offset the mana cost of Necromantic Conduit as part of the Hammer of Memes build. So you would end up taking, most likely, like, Necromantic, you have to take Dominion over Flesh, and then you can take this Crystalline. Who's pinging me? I can imagine the Demon Flame is gonna go crazy for like for starter campaigns. Just like you go in, first 2 points, grab Demon Form, easy campaign, right? Anyway, okay, let's get back to this. We need to get through these patch notes. Eldritch Empowerment notable passive skill no longer provides non-channeling spells at an additional cost. Instead, it now provides spells deal 30% more damage when sacrificing energy shield. Sacrifice 5% of max energy shield when you cast a spell. Sacrificing energy shield does not interrupt recharge. Interesting. So you sacrifice a little bit more. What's the difference between cost and sacrifice? Does sacrifice work for stuff like barrier invocation? The price of power notable passive skills no longer grants non-channeling spells consume a power charge. Instead, it now provides spells consume a power charge if able to. So just any instead of non-channeling. Okay, Chronomancer. No longer grants the Unleash skill. It instead now grants the new skill Inevitable Agony, which curses all targets in an area after a short delay, causing a portion of damage they take from hits to be stored in the curse debuff. When the curse's duration expires, they take the stored damage again all at once. This could be interesting for a bossing support. It depends. Like, let's say they put down a curse for 10 seconds. It saves up 20% of the damage. And then they just... And then after 10 seconds, you know, it deals that 20% again. Like, sure, it exists. Depends if you can do other things with Chrono at the same time. Like, right now, I would be taking Lich, Blood Mage, or Infernalist, or especially Infernalist and Blood Mage over that any day. Infernalist is looking way nicer this league. The Quicksand Hourglass notable passive skill no longer grants every 10 seconds gain 50% more cast. Instead, it now grants Sands of Time, which grants 60% cast speed, scaling down to 1% over 10 seconds, at which point it will scale back up to 60. Also grants 1% increased area of effect, scaling from... Oh, God. Whatever. Stormweaver. Elemental Storm skill granted by the Tempest Caller notable now has its cooldown lowered to 3 seconds at all levels. The Rain Dancer notable has been renamed. Provides 150% more cooldown recovery rate for Elemental Storm. Wait, no longer provides. Now provides +1 to limit of elemental skills. The Force of Will notable passive skill no longer grants 1% increased effective Arcane Surge. Instead, now grants 20% of damage taken is taken from mana before life. And 20% increased magnitude of Arcane Surge on you per missing 10% mana. So they seems like they nerfed that. The Scouring Wind's notable passive, like, I guess there's more ways to avoid having to take Mind Over Matter now. I don't know. I feel like you would still probably take CI and Mind Over Matter for Stormweaver. The Scouring Wind's notable passive skill has been renamed to Storms of Recollection and no longer grants exposure. You inflict lowers affected resistance by an additional 12. Instead, it now grants remnants you create to reappear once. Either these, I'm assuming the remnants are going to be related to Elemental Infusion. These infusions have to be really fucking good. Otherwise, this just seems ridiculously bad. Like, this seems like a nerf. These remnant interactions are going to have to be cracked for this to be relevant. No longer grants 40% of elemental damage taken recouped as energy shield. Instead, now provides 50% chance when collecting an elemental infusion to gain another different elemental. Like, yeah, these infusions are going to have to be insane. So far, we haven't really seen anything that makes these insane. So, Maybe there's more support gems that are going to interact with the infusions and really go crazy. And then in which case, maybe collecting two electric or lightning infusions, and then the occasional whatever fire infusion is going to be really good. I don't know, but it just seems RNG and just pain in the ass. Passive skill changes. Oh, okay. Elemental Equilibrium Keystone passive has been redesigned. It now causes infusion remnants you create to be random elements. Okay. Eternal Youth Keystone passive no longer causes your life flask to recover energy shield. Now causes your life flask to have 50% less recovery. This is a huge nerf to CI builds. I misunderstood this the first time I read it. So basically, Eternal Youth was being used by CI builds or just ES builds in general to get to recharge ES instead of life. So you were able to use your flask to apply to life, and your life would recharge instead of energy shield. So Eternal Youth, yeah, I don't know. I don't think people are going to take it anymore. Giant's Blood Keystone passive now halves the amount of life granted by strength. I don't really understand this. This seems entirely unnecessary. Like Giant's Blood was mostly being used by people for two-handed maces. Life, like total amount of life, is already pretty sketchy. There's so few notables, unless maybe the 15 new clusters they add are all related to getting more life and stuff. In which case, fine, nerf the amount of life you get from strength. Jikani's, yeah, the 2% to 3% max life. That's later in the tree. That's later in the changes. But otherwise, this makes so little sense to me. Unless you're really going to be adding a lot of like life nodes to the tree for warriors to get. Like their goal, their defensive layer is still to take damage. They still take damage. It's just damage reduction. So this seems really unnecessary because there's so few life nodes in the tree. This just feels like a huge nerf hammer to, hammer builds. Rip my hammer of memes builds. Lancing Blow's Keystone passive skill now provides chance to evade is unlucky, and chance to deflect is lucky. It no longer provides block chances doubled, or you take 50% chance from blocked hits. This feels really weird because your chance to deflect scales off of your evade chance. So you are unlucky on evasion, which is chance to evade the hit completely, but chance to deflect is lucky, so you're much higher chance of getting that deflect, which is 40% DR. This feels really weird. This, honestly, I don't like it. Unless you're able to hit like 90% plus, like if you hit, let's say you're at 90 here. So let's say you're at 90% evasion, then your chance to get hit becomes 0.9 times 0.9 or 0.81. So 81% evasion chance. Let's say you're at 80% now. 0.8 times 0.8 or 0.8 squared, 64%. So from 90%, you drop 0.09. From 80%, you dropped 0.16%. At 70%, can you guess? You know your multiplication tables? 0.49. You lose 21% of your evasion chance. This node can be absolutely cracked if you have like 90+% evasion, which is very hard to obtain normally. Like you have to invest a lot into that, but it is possible. So if you have your capped evasion rating at 95%, it doesn't really change much. Like you're losing around 5% evasion chance to take this. So glancing blows can be really good with a lot of investment because it means that you're probably going to be deflecting anything that does manage to hit you, which means that you will have like a perma 40% DR effectively, which is pretty interesting. So between Deadeye having tailwind, 3% less damage taken per tailwind, so you can have 10 tailwind, plus you can have 40% DR. Dude, you can literally have 70% damage reduction on Deadeye between deflect and tailwind. Again, that's if you do decide to take out tailwind. Basically everything in the Deadeye tree is extremely relevant now. All right. Resolute Technique Keystone now grants accuracy rating is doubled. Dude, Whirling Slash is gonna go nuts. There's no mentions of this. They may nerf, like, there's no way that they're not nerfing Falcon Technique. Or was it Falcon Technique or Falcon Dive? I keep mixing the two up. Falcon Dive. There's no way. Oh, does it? Oh. Or was it? It was around here somewhere. Where the hell was it? Oh, never deal crits. Hmm. So you could still go Whirling Slash, but now you get ridiculous amounts of speed, but now you can't crit. This could still be very good because of how fast you can go. Like, we can literally be hitting 20 plus attacks per second on Whirling Slash now. If you take that. We can cover the entire map in like fucking 2 seconds. We genuinely could still build like really high damage and get like 20 plus attacks per second. Yeah, the problem is going to be scaling the amount of damage enough. But yes, that does seem absolutely fucking cracked. That actually seems insane. Because, I mean, I imagine that it also is multiplicative with Lycoside as well. So you literally have 4x accuracy, plus all the base accuracy increases. Plus, there's new talisman to increase accuracy on gloves. You can get a lot of accuracy. You can go fucking fast. I think whirling is even going to be faster than like best tempo builds. Like it's going to be nuts. But that's increased accuracy, which should be additive with increased accuracy in the tree. It's not more accuracy or doubled. A small attribute passive skill has been removed on all of the outward highways between class starting locations. I imagine they mean like these. So I imagine they bridge, like, let's say right here, they bridge this so you can skip one node and get like into the warrior tree from the witch tree or whatever faster. So that's nice. They made it easier to switch less travel nodes. Many, like, there's no way that they're not nerfing Falcon Dive. Falcon Dive was just very strong. This was just very strong. Source of reduced reservation skills now instead grant increased reservation efficiency. This is a direct nerf to my server crashing minion build. Absolutely a direct nerf to the server crashing minion build. Like, unplayable. The game is unplayable now. I mean, it was unplayable with the build anyway, but it is even more unplayable now, unfortunately. I already know what they changed here. Right around here, minions have 12% reduced reservation. So, increased reservation efficiency. I'm assuming what happens is, like, how is this calculated? So let's say you have whatever 30, like 12 and 36% or 24% increased reservation efficiency. You would have like 1.36, and then it would probably be like 1 divided by 1.36 gives you that reduced reservation. This is how I imagine the math works out. And the reason why this is important is because we were actually calculating how to get 105% reduced reservation until I noticed in the patch notes that they changed how reservation works. Or at least reduced reservation works. That's why I don't mind sharing it, because they nerfed it. So it was possible to, in theory, hit 105% reduced reservation. But now what that's going to look like is it's going to look like 1 plus 105, which is 1.05. 2.05, then you do 1 divided by 2.05, you would still have to spend 48.78%. So instead of it being literally 0 spirit cost, now you still have to spend half of your spirit, basically. You can only get it down to about half spirit. So you can't really stack like 100 minion plus anymore. It's going to be way, way, way more difficult to stack a lot of minions. I really don't understand this change. Obviously, I understand it from the sense that you don't want people like me coming in with 1,000 minions, but it kind of hurts minion play, like people who genuinely want to play minions. It does hurt how many minions they're going to be able to run, and I don't think I saw any buffs to minions at all besides the accuracy buff. So this is just going to be like, normal minion players are just going to have less minions. And they didn't buff anything. So they nerfed minions in 0.2, and then they didn't fucking buff anything. They did buff specters. So I don't know. Maybe there's some cracked out specter that's gonna, even with this reduced reservation reduction, is gonna be really good. You don't know. But yeah, they just, like, all the base minions. How many people this league did you see playing skeletal storm mages or something? I can bet that that's probably very little. I'm going to pull up Pewee Ninja right now. I'm genuinely curious. Skeletal Storm Mage. 4%. 4% of the player base went Skeletal Storm Mage. And of those, like, most of the Skeletal Warriors are probably part of, just one of these skeletal builds. 2% went Skeletal Sniper. So yeah, it's like nothing. It's like absolutely nothing. Skeletal Storm Mage was the most popular. I do know that some people just stuck Skeletal Storm Mage on. We'll probably see it here. Just stuck Skeletal Storm Mage. Oh no, he actually did go minion build. Okay. Some people just stuck Skeletal Storm Mage on because it was a quick way to get shock. Okay, so I don't see it here. Oh, but this is main skill, so yeah, it would not show those people. So yeah, like, that's not a lot. 4% of the player base out of like 76,000 builds snapshotted. 4% ran Skeletal Storm Mage. Maybe, like, let's say 6% total ran a minion build. skeletal minion build, and probably around 0 ran a Spectre build this league, because Spectres were fucking terrible. So let's go and check out Standard. Oh, look at yo. Yo, look at that. 5% mage, 5% warrior. There's arsonist. I know that was popular in 0.1. Sniper. There was a lot more minion players in 0.1. This makes up like a nice amount of the player base. We're using some kind of skeletal minion because we had more options for plus skills in 0.1. They nerfed it in 0.2, and now they're nerfing how many minions you can even have. So overall, it's way worse. It's just going to be so much worse in 0.3 for minions. I feel really bad for minion mains because I don't think I saw anything. Wait, did they actually nerf arsonist? Oh, is now an attack instead of a spell. Wait, what? Now it deals additional fire damage equal to 8% of the minion's max life instead of 12. What the fuck? Skeletal Cleric. Quality now provides revived skeletons are immune to damage for 3 seconds after being revived instead of 30% maximum minion life. Frost Mage. Ice Armor coats minions. So they also nerfed the Bones of Euler boots, which also have reduced reservation. Yeah, so they just like straight up big time nerfed minions this league. That is I mean, it's a thing. It honestly just okay. Go for it, GGG. I remember how minion players complained in 0.2. I can only imagine it's going to be even worse this league. Like I can imagine there's going to be even more complaints once people realize what it actually means to have increased reservation efficiency versus reduced reservation. Like already, if you had a perfect Bones of Euler boots plus just Lord of Horror, that's 36%. Now that 36%, so like let's say if it was 38 spirit, you would have 38 times 1 minus 0.38. 23 is 23, 24 spirit. Now it would be oh, did I do 1.38? Whatever, 2% more is not going to make a big difference here. 1.2 1 divided by 1 divided by 1.38, and this is going to be 38 multiplied by 38, right? 27. So already, just with those two, you're going from 23 spirit to 27 spirit. That's 4 spirit more per minion, just from the boots and the notable. That's not including any of the other sources of reduced reservation for minions, which is talismans and quality and whatnot. So right off the bat, like the two quick, easy ones that you're gonna grab, you're spending 4 spirit more. So if you have 500 spirit, Or let's even give it, let's be more generous at 600. Please, 600 divided by 28. Now you have 21 minions. 600 divided by 23. 26 minions. You're literally losing 5 minions on a minion build. Or about 20% of your minions. And it gets worse the more that you're using. So, yeah, it's pretty bad. Minion players are literally going to be losing like 20 to 30% of their minions in this next patch, and it does not look like they really buffed anything for minions. that is wild to me. The only plus side that they have is that they now have access to that. They will most likely have access to that belt, which has I don't have any spare ones. This. Minions have reduced reservation. So now you can also have the belt that gives you reduced reservation. But they have to invest their entire belt slot into this. They can't use, like, let's say a Ventor's and then use an ingenuity to boost the spirit that they get from that. So they have to use their entire belt slot for this. Now, that being said, even on a perfect 24 spirit Ventor's, like 1.37 on a best case, okay, you're losing 8 spirit from your ring slot. Not the end of the world. Like, okay. But that belt is also going to be best in slot, and they might also nerf it before release. Like, there's a good chance they nerf it. Okay, let's go back. Where are we? Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, many existing clusters have also received updates. Most likely, Falcon Dive is getting nerfed. There's no chance they're not nerfing Falcon Dive. Like, not only was it insane for Whirling Slash, and Whirling Slash was a very, very strong build this league, and GGG very almost guaranteed took notice after we hit this run. 7 minutes 56 seconds Sakimas with Whirling Slash. 100% they took notice of Whirling Slash. And most likely they realized that, like, it's all scaling off of accuracy, stacking for attack speed. The same happened last league. With Tempest Flurry. Whirling Slash was, it's just that because you had so much dex, you could just stick in Falcon Dive and you just get a bunch more attack speed out of it anyway. They saw my... I didn't talk at all about the Stunling last league. I posted a guide on the Stunling. I posted speedruns with it and just general kill videos of it, and they literally removed the Jewel affix completely from that made the Stunling work. The Jewel affix just doesn't exist anymore in the game. You have it on Legacy gear, but it's gone. You cannot roll it anymore. So it's... They are obviously keeping tabs on content creators. I'm sure, like, part of the balance team is looking up, like, what crazy builds are being watched and shared and whatnot. They know. They fucking know. Hey, I'm sure they also have some kind of trigger in-game or in their server that goes like, huh, there's a guy finishing Sekimus in under 8 minutes. What is he doing? You 100% in a game like this have stats on how long people take to clear certain areas. And for sure, they're going to be picking up outliers. Are people cheating, or are they just like, is there something wrong with the build that we need to fix? Anyway, so yeah. It's not, first of all, it's not just Whirling Slash that used Falcon Dive. A lot of builds use Falcon Dive. Like, it just genuinely was a good node, or is a good node, and deserves to be nerfed. Flat out, Falcon Dive deserves to be nerfed. It's too easy to stack like 80,000 plus accuracy, and later on, they actually talk about adding a talisman that gives you more accuracy percent. There's no way they're not touching Falcon Dive with that. A small yeah. So for sure Falcon Dive is getting nerfed here in this change. There's no way it comes out unnerfed. If it comes out unnerfed, I'm playing Whirling Slash like all league. I'm obviously gonna try like a Lightning Arrow and maybe do something with Infernalist because that seems fun this league. But for sure, if this doesn't nerf Falcon Dive, yo, there's gonna be so many people playing Whirling. Okay, skill changes. Because I know I looked it up and there's no like inherent nerf to Whirling as far as I can see. Besides the fact that you can't run two at a time. So you can't have an AoE Whirling and a damage Whirling. You can only just have one Whirling. And it probably was also, well, actually, I think they fixed it partway through 0.2, is the bell spam. The Tempest bell spam. So, yeah. The base damage scaling of all player spell and second. So, here's to give you an example of why it's so OP. Here, so you have Falcon Technique, 1 attack speed per 25 dex. Let's say you have 400 dex, which is on the high end for especially for like um non attribute stacking builds. That's 16 attack speed. Now we go to Falcon Dive. Falcon Dive, 1 per 250 accuracy rating. Even without Lycoside, 40,000 accuracy is possible. So 40,000. This is without Lycoside, by the way. 160% attack speed. We're literally tenfold higher versus what Falcon Technique would give you for like a pretty high dex line. Like, there's no way this doesn't get nerfed. And then with Lycoside, you're literally doubling this. Like having 80,000 accuracy is pretty feasible with Lycoside and good gear, which would provide you 320% increased attack speed. And you don't have a shield that gives you like double dex. You don't have anything that converts your 400 dex to 800 dex for Falcon Technique. Falcon Dive is for sure getting gutted. Like, just mathematically, it is way too powerful. So yeah, it's not even just like that people are talking about, is that mathematically it is an outlier and just how big of a value it can provide. And they did not nerf Lycoside, by the way. They did not nerf Lycoside, at least not the accuracy portion. The base damage scaling of all, yeah, only the block chance. They nerf block chance everywhere. The base damage scaling of all player spell and secondary damage skills have been tweaked to scale better in the late game. Generally speaking, spells that do not have damage number changes called out below will have near identical base damage at low levels. Roughly 5% more damage at level 20 and roughly 20% more damage at 30. Interesting. The mana cost growth of all skills has been rebalanced. Generally speaking, skills will have similar mana costs at low levels and potentially slightly higher at some intermediate, and lower mana costs at higher gem levels than 20. Banners no longer gain Valor, instead they gain Glory. Unlike other glory-based skills, banners gain glory while the banner can gain glory while it's placed. All sources of banner valor gained have been replaced with banner glory generated. And yeah, you can only generate it when you attack enemies. Banner bots are dead. Yeah, it's dead. They removed fall information. I really doubt that you're gonna have like any sufficient banner botting. Considering there's a minimum of 200 glory to place, like Tactician has what, 5 glory per second as just like a base generating. You can't even sustain that. 5 glory per second is 40 seconds to generate 200 glory. You're not sustaining shit. One banner every 40 seconds. Thanks, guys. Like, banners now have a global limit of 1 allowed to be placed. Okay. Curse skills and skills that apply elemental exposure now can't apply those debuffs to enemies that are significantly higher level than the gem level. Blink, Convalescence, and Sacrifice can no longer be activated in specific weapon sets. They are now required to be active in both weapon sets and will fail to activate if this is not possible. Oh, rip weapon swapping to blink for like Sekimus. Rip convalescence for just like a quick energy shield recharge. Oh, that's unfortunate. That means it's all or nothing on blink. Man, all or nothing on blink. That's rough. That's rough. That's 60 spirit down if you want to use blink, and Sekimus like almost makes it a requirement. Higher rarity enemies are now less affected by curses. Curses have 15% less effect on magic, 30% less on rare, 50% less on unique. The movement speed penalty inflicted by skills that can be The movement speed penalty inflicted by skills that can be used while moving now begins to fall off slightly more quickly while using the skill. Okay. So, you get back to moving faster. The spear cost of specters has been adjusted such that specters with high spear costs are generally cheaper, while some with cheaper specters are now more costly. Specters and Tame Beasts now deal 25% more damage at all gem levels. Instant skills such as Unbound Avatar are now usable while on Roa Mount. Marked skills are no longer spells. Again, this is what I was talking about earlier. Marked skills are no longer spells, means that you cannot socket them on cast-ons. Character on. So, socketed spells. Remember, socketed spells on your cast-ons. You cannot socket this into like cast-on crit or anything. This is a huge change for generating, especially frenzy charges. No longer are you gonna like one button lightning spear and generate frenzy charges at the same time. Reservation skills that had reduced reservation with quality now have increased reservation efficiency with quality. Again, we're nerfing how many minions people can have. And also for cast on shock and stuff, or like cast ons had reduced reservation. So cast on crit was 10% at 20% qual. So that would give you, I mean, that means you're gonna spend more. So let's say at 20% qual, you would have a 1 divided by 1.1. Now it would round up to 91. So you're actually gonna spend more spirit on your cast-ons and minions. Yep. Deadeye just looks ridiculous this league. Deadeye looks insane. All the palm attacks now can be used with quarterstaffs. Shockwave totem, ancestral totem, blah 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 totems. Now use your equipped. This is huge. Totems use your equipped weapon. So before totems had so let's say ancestral. So to get relatively high base damage. What's up? Headshot. To get relatively high damage, you had to hit level 40 totem, which was insane. And even then, look at level 30. 291 to 437. This is pitiful. This is worse than this is on the same level as my flail, basically. And you still have to get +9. So a level 20 plus 1 corrupt, and then +9 to melee skill gems to hit 30. So if you had, let's say, 2 from gloves, 3 from amulet, 4 from weapon, that would give you +9. Or let's say 5 from weapon, from one-handed mace, that would get you here. 307 to 460 for your for your damage on your totem. So yeah, totems using your equipped weapon is now pretty freaking good. And it also means that you can pump up their crit chance as well. Ancestral boosted slams now have 20% more area of effect. The following skills found as inherent skills on wands and staves deal approximately 12% more damage per skill level 11 and onwards. Okay. I don't think people really use these too much. Maybe Chaos Bolt. Ancestral Warrior Totem now has no limit. Socketed mace skills now have 50% less attack speed. They showed that this requires endurance charges to cast. 3 endurance charges. So I found it weird that when they went to Warbringer, they literally have part of the ascend the the notables in the ascendancy that deal with totems, +1 to maximum number of summoned totems, but then made a totem that had no limit anyway. I thought that was really weird. Obviously, like the +1, you can still let's say do the shockwave totem, and then while you're generating your endurance charges, you can put shockwave totems down, and then you put your ancestral warrior totems, whatever. But it just felt weird. Arc is now a projectile. It no longer causes explosions against shocked enemies and is no longer a payoff skill. It now chains 6 to 9 times at gem levels 5 to 20. It now has 50% more shock magnitude and can now consume a lightning infusion to chain additional times and deal more damage. Now deals 2 to 39 damage, previously 5 to 31. Scaling up to 20 to 386. Quality now provides up to 10% chance to not remove an infusion, but still count as consuming them. Previously, 2% more damage per remaining chain. How do you guys feel about this? Because it's a projectile, it means that there's more support gems that you can put on it. You can use like wild shards or split shot, things like that. But it no longer has an explosion against shocked enemies. Meaning that there's 0 AoE portion to it, right? This one feels a little weird because on one hand you get more supports, on the other hand there's no AoE portion to it. But generally stuff like arcs were being used on what's it called? Like cast-ons for bossing and stuff. I don't know, maybe with the increased supports there's some it's fine. The fact that it has more shock magnitude as well is interesting. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's probably fine. The fact that it gives you shock magnitude is a buff. The shock is more damage, so hard to say. Archmage now has non-channeling spells gain 4% for each 100 instead of 3, so they rebuffed Archmage partially. Artillery Ballista has been renamed to Siege Ballista. I heard this Ballista was like absolute garbage before. And it seems like they nerfed it. I did not see a single person play Artillery Ballista. Was that a thing? Because they nerfed it here, so I don't know. Ball Lightning can now consume a fire infusion to leave a trail of ignited ground and explode at the end of its travel. Interesting. Honestly, the big thing is going to be how easily can you generate these infusions, because the whole Stormcaller Ascendancy like doesn't even give you consistent infusion generation. So it feels kind of dog shit. Really is going to depend on your rotations and stuff. Batter Shout. Explosion now deals 50% more against unique enemies. Okay. Okay, so this is a payoff because this is consuming armor break. And they said they're gonna make it harder to reapply ailments to enemies and debuffs to enemies if you consume them. Berserk now gains 53 to 59% increased rage effect. No longer grants 0.2. Yo, they removed the life leech? What? Oh my god, they removed the life leech from Berserk, meaning that if you want to run Berserk, you'll probably have to run either good regen or life leech on the side, instead of relying on Berserk itself to provide the life leech. I don't know how I feel about that. Don't know how I feel about that. Oh my god, Spectre quality no longer gives reduced reservation either. They really are gonna have to bring down the cost of specters. Minions are I would not. Whoever league starts a minion build is gonna be is on drugs. Like minions look so bad right now. Blink, using blink no longer counts as dodge rolling. Now has a minimum gem level of 8, which is nice. You can start using it in campaign instead of as soon as you finish campaign. One of the things that I did in secret this league is I picked up. Did somebody take it? Somebody may have taken it. I picked up Sands of Silk. Because Sands of Silk can roll at very low levels. This is a level. You can effectively get a level 5 blink. So you could get a very, very, very low level blink. I'm guessing somebody took it. Here. Oh, level 8 blink. Wait. I was pretty sure it was higher. 5. There it is. Level 5 blink. I did not like really talk about this, but this was so nice to have for new characters. Because for campaign, like you could blink around way earlier. I did not like really share this tech or ever show it on stream. But yes, you could have this level 5 blink. So yeah, it's still like you can still use that way earlier than the spirit gem. Level 8 spirit gems are what? Around level 30 something. Where can you read patch notes? It's actually linked on the Discord if you go to the Discord. I can also pin it. This whole VOD is going to be going up on YouTube as well. So we've been talking so much about patch notes in this in this server. So okay, I'm just gonna repost it and pin it because it's probably been so far gone at this point. Okay. Bone offering. Spike duration is now 8 seconds instead of 5 while using the explosion radius. I've never used this. I don't know if this is good or not. It seems interesting. I don't think they actually indicated the damage in the game, did they? This was one of the things, this is actually one of the skills that confused the fuck out of me. Because I was looking at that with the Terracotta Warriors, but I couldn't figure out what it actually did properly. Yeah, here, look. Okay, I don't know, maybe I was looking at the different skill. Anyway. Or was it Solar? Bone Shatter. Shockwave now deals 100% more damage against unique enemies. Yeah, because it's a payoff. Cast on Freeze, Cast on Shock, Cast on Ignite have been combined into a single gem. Cast on Elemental Ailment. This gem requires 100 spirit, has a minimum level 14, and combines the energy gain conditions of all 3 previous gems. Existing copies of these gems will be updated to cast on Ellie Ailment when you load the character or stash tab holding them. The only thing that I find is kind of weird is that Elemental Invocation is a thing. So it kind of just overrides that. Which I find weird, because like now they're both going to be doing a thing. Elemental Invocation was interesting because while you, instead of running 3 different cast-ons, you had this to generate from all 3 at once. Now it's like, okay, well, that just does all of it. So I find that one weird. Chaos Bolt granted by Withered 1 now grants 1 to 3 stacks of Withered for 4 seconds on hit. That's pretty interesting, actually. But you have Wither as a persistent gem. Cluster Grenade now deals more damage. Mini Grenade attack damage is higher as well. Now fires exactly 18, previously 14. And mini grenades are fired over a 70% increased radius. So, what the fuck? This, what? Dude, we actually like just talked about cluster grenades earlier. I didn't actually know that there was a change to it. We're talking about how stupid it is that cluster grenades have such a long cooldown. What could be funny is oh my god, I'm just imagining this. Having like 5 different totems. Just imagine having 5 totems down, all with cluster grenades and like high cooldown reduction. And they're just like spamming just map wide mega AoE cluster grenades just for the shits and giggles. Anyway, because now it explodes even more. All right, Cold Snap has been reworked, renamed to Snap, can now be used on any orb, spell, or any frozen, shocked, or ignited enemy. Cause an explosion at the corresponding damage type and creating a remnant. The explosion can chain react to a limited extent from enemies hit that are affected by the same element. Now deals blah blah blah. Quality now grants 0 to 10% chance to spawn an additional remnant. Comet got buffed by like 20%. Can now be fire infused to deal extra fire damage and gain base radius. Interesting. Contagion quality now provides 2 additional enemies cast instead of plus maximum debuff damage bonus from spreading. Interesting. Okay. Defiance banner. Wow, this got bricked. This got hella bricked. So generally, Defiance banner, like you could easily have 50 plus Valor, which meant that you were getting, it was something like, I just pulled it up. You had here 12% more aura magnitude per Valor. So you're 5% increased move speed. So let's say you had 54 Valor, which was, okay, wait, you had 50 minus 16 plus 25. 50 plus 25 minus 16. This was your normal Valor. You could get more than this, but this was your normal Valor. Like, on a fall information with minus 16. You could use a time loss to improve these 2 nodes. So you could get plus 4 here, plus 1 here, was it? So plus 5 or 64. Well, let's say you didn't do that. You just had the base 59 for like a really cheapo fall information. This was so it's 59 times 12. So divide by 100 plus 1. 8 times 5. You had 40.4% movement speed on a 64, and that was perma, by the way. You literally could just keep dropping this down for perma 40% move speed boost. Now, even when you get to drop it, it's just a flat 30. That's it. Just a flat 30. It's, oh god. Man, banners look fucking bad. Despair. Curse now inflicts up to minus 49% chaos res. Previously minus 24%. Don't forget that unique monsters have 50% curse resistance. So this is now... This is now like basically effectively the same. So they just buffed it to be around the same. So it's going to be stronger against normal enemies, about the same against bossing. The only thing that I dislike is that King of the Mists is going to make curses like really bad. Oh my god, like he's going to be so tanky against chaos damage. Quality now provides up to 20% chance for an additional shockwave on disengage. Dread Banner Aura now grants. Oh god, who even cares? Who's gonna use a fucking Dread Banner? Well, nobody's gonna use a Dread Banner. Just remove it from the game. Earthquake. Jagged Ground's radius is now 1.8 meters instead of 2.2. Aftershock deals more damage and has a radius of up to 3 meters. So that the radius. So we got nerfed. Like, first of all, nobody used Dread Banner in the first place, and now they just made banners worse. So even less than 0 are going to use Dread Banner. Earth Shatter, more damage with hits for each spike. Electrocuting Arrow, no longer a movement skill. Now shoots an arrow forward that explodes, applying its electrocuting rod to all enemies hit. Quality now causes hits against targets with attached rods to gain up to 10% extra. Interesting. Wait, electrocuting arrow seems like it's gonna be nice for bossing. Elemental Sundering. Pulse now can consume up to 20 ailments. Cold Explosion now deals 40% more damage. The Cold now also deals 100% more damage against unique enemies. Ember Fusillade can now be infused with lightning to cause each ember in an entire fusillade chain to create a beam that chains lightning damage to enemies. Infusion is consumed when the fusillade fires all embers in that fusillade. Now has a minimum gem level of 9. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't even know like how much damage does that even do. You're gonna generate an entire lightning infusion to do what, like 10% more lightning damage on each fusillade? I don't know. Would that even be worth it? Emergency Reload now reloads all of your crossbow ammunition clips, previously just your most recent, and empowers each clip's ammunition to deal increased damage for its duration or until you expend all your empowered bolts. Now has number of each clip's empowered bolts is equal to the maximum ammunition of the clip. This is kind of nuts. This is a nice buff. Crossbows eating nice there. Enfeeble no longer has curse no long wait. It no longer has curse makes wait. No longer has curse makes non-unique targets deal less damage, or curse makes unique targets deal less damage. Curse now makes targets deal less damage flat, instead of being differentiating between normal and unique monsters. Again, uniques and rares have curse res now. Magics, uniques, and rares all have curse res. Escape shot now creates ice fragments in the area. These fragments explode. It now causes you to travel 6 meters back instead of 4.5. Explosive Spear. The ignited ground created by the frenzy charge explosion now lasts 8 seconds, previously 4. That's it? Man, Explosive Spears felt so shit. I tried a tempo build where I just like repeatedly explosive speared an enemy and or like Zesh, and it felt awful. It just doesn't do damage. Eye of Winter. When passing through an allied flame wall, the eye itself and now all the shards will receive the flame walls added. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Fangs of Frost. Explosion now deals 150% more freeze built up at level 1. Okay. Just a lot more freeze on Fangs of Frost. Fireball no longer creates secondary fireball projectiles by default. Instead, it can consume a fire infusion. Oh man, Fireball got nerfed. Fireball hella nerfed. You're gonna have to pick up fucking fire infusions to be able to explode a fireball? Oh man. Oh man. What? Firestorm as well. Flame Wall can now consume lightning infusion to grant additional lightning damage to projectiles that pass through it. Oh yeah, this is a big one. Flammability, conductivity, and hypothermia have been combined into a single gem elemental weakness. Basically, all three of the res downs into a single curse, which you can then stick into blasphemy, which is insane. You know, all those spear builds or like melee builds, especially Rake, just having like for Rake having like lightning, cold, and fire in your ring, and then you just have this on as well. Easy peasy. Fragmentation rounds. Explosion from frozen enemies now converts all physical damage to cold damage and will cause further explosions. Hits against frozen enemies now have 100% more damage against unique enemies. Frost Bomb now deals blah blah blah. Now has a cooldown of 6 instead of 3.5. Now has a 4-second detonation time instead of a 3-second duration before exploding. Now chills enemies as though dealing 300% more damage. And now applies elemental exposure instead of cold exposure. Initially percent up to a maximum of 50. Wait. So we can just drop it like just drop a frost bomb to put like 50% elemental exposure on an enemy? What? Frost Wall. This one sucks. Now deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of its duration. This was the nerf crossbow users. There were crossbow builds that like specifically you shoot and explode it. If I remember correctly. Frostbolt, base projectile speed has now been lowered by 20%. No longer leaves chilled ground as it travels. Instead, it chills as though dealing 100 to 195. Frozen Locust. Yeah, again, nerfing the Ice Crystal. Galvanic Shards no longer has 50% less reload speed and now has 1 bolt loaded per clip instead of 5. Projectile attack damage is now higher, while the beam attack damage is also higher. Now fires 8 fragments per shot, previously 6, and has a mana cost lower. Quality now provides plus 2 fragments per shot instead of plus 2 bolts loaded per clip. This is... Is this a nerf? Who's played Galvanic Shards? Is this a nerf? I'm assuming you can improve your reload speed so that it's not super impactful. This might also be good with the Last Lament. If you can, I guess can you do enough leech for Last Lament to make it worth it? Sacrifice 300 life to not consume the last bolt. So you get a damage buff. You shoot 10 fragments instead of 6. And you deal significantly more damage. But 1 bolt in the other thing is you can also this could also scale with like plus bolts reloaded, right? Yeah, leveling with Galvanic is probably ass now. There's reload speed, not chance to not consume a bolt. There was crossbow reload speed. There was. I thought there was plus bolts on the tree. Am I crazy? Am I just not seeing it? I thought there was bolts. Maybe I'm crazy. No, like on the tree. Yeah, they changed it to plus fragments. But you could at the very minimum. I don't like. Obviously, it's not ideal to have to run this. Whoops, this is PoE1. It's not ideal to have to run this, but you could get as a suffix loads 2 additional bolts. So that could still give you 3 bolts on your crossbow. And you get the huge damage buff. Like you mentioned, they might also improve crossbow. Don't forget, they also buffed crossbow reload in general, so you can now move at full speed while doing it. So already that should feel better for having to reload more often. Plus the fact that, like, again, you can roll this, and there's also Last Lament if you want to build around it that will just sacrifice life to not use the last bolt as well. So there's definitely some things that you can do to. There's definitely some things that you can do that to probably mitigate this as well. And I think there's a corruption too. If I'm not mistaken, there's a corruption as well. Loads an additional bolt. So you could technically have 4 bolts loaded with the corruption. Obviously, most people would probably want to, get an extra socket instead of that. So most likely would not aim for this, but it is a thing. Gas grenade, no longer a special behavior, causing it to detonate as soon as it stops bouncing. Instead, it strictly obeys its detonation time like other grenades. Glacial bolt, ice crystals now have 50% more area of effect, 80% less damage. Oh, that's the garbage one, right? Cascade consumes freeze. Hailstorm rounds. Man, there's so many skill changes. Herald of Thunder, bolt impact radius is now 1 meter from 1.4. Hex Blast. I didn't see anybody playing Hex Blast this league. 10% more damage per 1 second of remaining duration of removed curse. Instead of 20% more chaos damage. Okay. High velocity rounds no longer consumes fully broken armor. Instead, hitting a fully broken enemy will apply a debuff to that enemy, which causes your attack hits against that enemy to deal additional physical damage equal to 5% of the physical damage dealt by the high velocity round that applied the debuff. Okay. High velocity round seems interesting. They were talking about it. Does seem potentially interesting for bossing. Ice Nova can now consume a cold infusion to deal more damage. Ice shards. Really don't want to read all these. I want to go to like the key ones, stuff that's used a lot. Now requires fuel gained by spending mana to use it. It no longer has a mana cost itself and no longer applies fire exposure. Its cast speed is now fixed and gains a stage every 0. Ignited ground. It no longer creates burning ground by default. Instead of fire infusion. Oh man, if you want to do fire whirling, you have to get a fire infusion to drop incinerate burning ground. Oh man. Infernal Cry now empowers 1 attack per 10 enemy power in range. Oh, interesting. Counting up to 50 power. So previously you could get 1 attack. Now you can get 5 attacks empowered. It no longer has 4 to 38% increased Warcry speed, while empowered attacks gain extra fire. Oh, so it's just a. Oh, they nerfed it. They nerfed Infernal Cry. You used to get 150% more damage at 20 power of enemies. Now it's just like flat 59% at level 20. That's fucking awful. What? No, we go from 150 to 59% extra damage on Infernal Cry. That's probably not even worth the time. Isn't that better on bossing? This is like a huge nerf to rake builds, basically. Infernal Cry was a huge damage increase for rake. So any kind of one-shot build gets hurt a lot by this. Anything that hits regularly does not actually gets a buff. Anything that will actually use... The thing is, it's counting up to 50 power. Uniques have 20 power. So if you're going in like up to Zesht and you're casting it, you're going to get 2 empowered attacks. Which is only, 59 times 2 is your bonus from your Infernal Cry. So you're still actually worse off than the original Infernal Cry. Empowering only 1 attack. So, yeah, it's just straight up worse. Like, Infernal Cry is significantly worse. Killing Palm now grants 1 power charge when calling a normal, whatever. Who's actually using an entire skill to call an enemy? Who's actually, like, paying attention when they're mapping? Oh, that rare just hit 10%, time to call. Like, what? Lightning Bolt granted by Choir of the Storm now correctly counted as a triggered skill. This means it will scale off of increase and reduction to triggered skill damage, as well as other similar stats, and also means that it no longer is capable of generating energy to trigger other skills. G fucking G Lightning Bolt chaining with Choir of the Storm. I actually think this is pretty much useless now. At most, you're going to use it to ignore lightning res and, apply some debuffs using lightning bolt, some effects using lightning bolt, like exposure, maybe. But if you're ignoring lightning res, exposure doesn't fucking matter. I don't know. Maybe shock. You spam shock magnitude on lightning bolt. I don't know. But yeah, this is G fucking G. Lightning Conduit no longer consumes shocks from targets hit, but now has a 6-second cooldown. Now has 2 additional bolts if a shocked enemy is in the target area. Quality now provides 5% more damage against hits for 5% shock effect on enemy. Isn't this bad? Like, this seems really bad. 6-second cooldown is just ridiculous. Lightning Rod. Quality now provides up to 20% chance to cause an additional burst instead of burst radius. Wait, isn't this really good? Wait, what the fuck? Lightning Rod got buffed? Am I crazy? This seems like a buff. Additional burst is just more damage. Generally, you're gonna, like, drop it directly on the enemy anyway and just start spamming Lightning Arrow. Lightning Rod got a buff, right? Lightning Spear now fires 5 secondary bolts at all levels. No longer deals more damage when consuming a frenzy charge. This still seems pretty good. This still seems really good. What the fuck? I think Lightning Spear is still going to be relevant. Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod with Deadeye just seems cracked. Like, actually just seems insane. Living Bomb and Solar Orb have swapped places. Living Bomb is now tier 5 elemental, whatever. Living Bomb no longer explodes at the end of its duration. Instead, it explodes upon dealing sufficient damage to the enemy. Or just killing it. It now drops a Fire Infusion Remnant on exploding. 5-second base duration? Dude, this whole, like... These infusions just seem terrible. Magnet Barrier now passively increases your chance to block while active. Over time, it charges up with lava. While fully charged, your next block with your shield raised will spray lava in front of you and grant you an endurance charge. Now grants 25% increased block chance. Magma Spray now has 6 to 8 added fire damage per 15 evasion on shield. And has a radius of 2.8. Magma Spray deals blah blah blah. I mean, the passive block chance already is nice. Mana Drain. Now leeches, blah, whatever. What else do people use? Mana Tempest now has a minimum of 7 instead. Molten Blast now steps backward instead of forward if used while moving the opposite direction. Oh yeah, they mentioned that. The secondary projectile count can no longer be modified. RIP. RIP. Overwhelming Presence and Wither Presence are now described as aura skills and have the aura tag. I think they previously did scale off of aura, but it's just they didn't have the tag, but they did scale. Orb of Storms now triggers from casting any spell in its radius, previously only lightning spells, but incorrectly described as all lightning skills, and now creates a lightning infusion remnant if all of its bolts are used up or its duration expires, and now has a maximum of 8 bolts at all gem. Yo, that's a huge nerf. It now has a base radius of 3.6 meters, bigger. It now deals significantly more damage. Now fires a bolt every 4 seconds, and when you use a lightning skill near the orb. Orb duration is now 12 instead of 10. Yo, we went from 29 bolts to 8 bolts. Oh man. Oh man. But it is a generator for lightning infusions for what it's worth. So maybe you can do some stuff with lightning infusions like yeah. Perfect strike. Lower damage. What? They nerfed Perfect Strike? Okay. At level 20? Actually, they just fully nerfed Perfect Strike. Permafrost Bolts. Don't care. Plasma Blast. Plasma Bast, not even Blast. 50% more shock magnitude. No longer has more chance to shock. Converts physical to lightning. Okay. Rake. Rake is no longer incorrectly tagged as a travel skill. This tag was left over from an earlier version of the skill that traveled much further without a target, whereas the release version of Rake does not meet the criteria for a travel skill. Please note that this was not a balance motivated change. Consistency is the primary goal of gem tags, and we would never nerf the Rake plus Stomping Ground interact. We would have nerfed the Rake Stomping Ground interaction a different way instead. Okay, so no Rake Stomping Ground through campaign. Rip. Too easy. Rapid Assault. Spearheads left by the final strike now last for 30 seconds instead of 10. This is useless anyway. They were worthless. Rapid Shot. Rowa Mount. Now grants 15% increased move speed while mounted. However, it now grants 80% less move speed penalty while using skills, previously 100. Approximately canceling out the bonus while using a skill. Nice. You'll just generally be faster. I always felt it was weird that Roas did not have increased move speed, so this is a nice change. Rolling Slam increased attack time, but no longer as an attack speed penalty. Quality now provides increased stun threshold while using skill. Let's see. Siege Cascade. Shield Charge. Shield Charge no longer has a cooldown. Interesting. I guess speed running back to Shield Charge. Solar Orb no longer has a mana cost. Did they mean to say that this was supposed to have a fuel cost like the other fuel thing? I forgot what it was called. I forgot what the other skill was. Spark can now be cold infused to fire a large number of icy sparks in a circle. Spear of Solaris. Initial hit now deals approximately 20% less damage, while the pulses now deal 50% more damage. The ignited ground now gains up to 100% radius. Isn't Spear of Solaris like the Hammer of the Gods equivalent? Spear Field, so like, yeah. Chance to retain Glory on use, but Glory was only from stunning enemies, right? Stunning bosses. Spear Field now grants 204% of attack damage at gem levels, blah, blah, blah. It now deals 80% less damage. Oh, this shit. It no longer has an unintentionally hidden 300% more damage after 0.5. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Okay. Sunder no longer has a 0.9 seconds to total attack time, but now attacks at 35% of attack speed, previously 65. No longer consumes fully broken armor to guarantee a critical hit. Instead, it inflicts sundered armor on fully armor broken enemies, inflicting an additional 20% increased physical damage taken for duration. Adjusted the damaging area to more closely match the visual effects. So 20% more additional. Is this opera? Who? Who's singing an opera? I was really looking forward to maybe doing consuming fully broken armor with for a guaranteed crit. No, this is Firefox. I don't know. Maybe the damage, physical damage increase is worth it. I really doubt it. So Sunder no longer is just gonna be like this one shot cannon, and instead gonna be a supporting skill. Like you break armor. Like maybe you do perfect strike with armor break. You break armor, then you sunder, and then you like perfect strike a few more times. Something like that. I don't know. Supercharged slam, Tempest Bell. Quality now provides more damage per hit the active bell has taken instead of bell is destroyed after +2 hits. Temporal chains now is oh yeah, temp chains got increased to up to 59% at level 20, which means presumably it will scale even way higher than 59. Because now we have like a 13% difference for 13 levels, so 1% per level. And before it was like barely anything for 13 levels. Before it was like 1% per 2 levels. Now it's 1% per level. So if you hit like level 25 temporal chains, that means you have 64% curse, 64% slow on temp chains. With a lot of curse magnitude, you can really go nuts on this. You can scale, like, you can very easily hit 100% curse magnitude right now. It's it's possible to hit like 150 to like 180ish, but even right off the bat, let's say 100% curse magnitude is reasonable to get in your tree. That's 128% slow. Now, bosses take 50% of that, so they're only going to take 64%, basically. Your pre-curse magnitude, but still 64% slow on a boss is kind of nuts. That's actually kind of nuts. Temp Chains is going to be really nice for campaign. Pick this up at level 7. Level 7, yeah, at level 22. Before you even finish your first 3 act. It's like what, act 2-ish? It's somewhere in like act 2 that you would have level 7 skill gems. So you can literally set up temp chains in act 2 now and have like 46% slow. This is going to be real honestly temp chains is going to be really good for campaign. Quality now provides chance to leave shock ground when detonating spears. Interesting. Time of need. Toxic growth. Trinity now applies to all elemental damage instead of elemental attack damage. Use it for spells. Quality now grants skill speed instead of attack speed. Okay. Trinity, I mean, look, with all the infusion stuff and whatnot, they really want you to go like multi-element spell builds, I guess. Like it's a thing. Vulnerability curse now inflicts minus total armor. I wonder how that interacts with break armor. Like if the enemy only has 10,000 armor and you deal minus 19,000, you still have to break 10,000 armor, or does it just immediately break as soon as you break 1 point or something? Yeah, War Banner got fucking nerfed. Oh, also grants attack speed though. Whirling Slash. Movement is now able to pathfind slightly, making it less likely to get stuck on small obstacles. They actually buffed Whirling Slash. There's, like, the fact that they buffed it means that they knew that it was getting stuck on stuff. That people were using it for movement and getting stuck on stuff. I definitely think that a nerf is coming with this. Like, there's no way. There's gonna be some nerf to attack speed stacking through accuracy. Sure. Wind Serpent Fury. Oh, this is a big one. No longer causes shockwaves when enemies are hit into walls or larger enemies. Quality now provides more knockback distance instead of increased knockback distance. No longer causes shockwaves when enemies are hit into walls or larger enemies. Wait, that seems like there's barely any change then. Am I crazy? This seems like it's just about the same thing. You still send out like an extra. I guess you lose. So, did this proc on every push? Did I didn't play Wind Serpent Fury because it looked like ass. I tested it for Sekima speedrunning for a movement speed Deadeye, and it just felt terrible. I hated it. I hated every second of it. So I did not really test Wind Serpent Fury that much. With this nerf, do you lose out on this shockwave? Like, did this proc, let's say you had 9 frenzy charges times 2 because it counts as 2. So you had like 18 frenzy charges. Did this count 18 times if the boss hit the wall 18 times? Or did it just count the first time it get hit into the wall? If so, that's probably a big nerf. Unique item changes. Bayra's Anguish now creates ignited ground. It no longer ignites enemies in presence on use. That's yeah. So they really wanted to move away from like instant ignites, which is interesting, I guess. I don't know if I necessarily agree with making it harder to ignite. They made it more consistent to ignite with flammability mechanic, but like removing like sources of instant ignites kind of it feels weird. Bones of Euler, this got nerfed. I mean, maybe with the higher like range, but overall, like as I was showing before, you're maybe if you like really perfectly roll stuff, you can kind of offset, but you're never gonna hit like the big reduction numbers that you did in 0.2 for what's it called for reductions and minions. Like there's just you're probably going to cap out at around 50% reduced reservation. While this league, I was able to hit 70%. I was able to hit 70% reduced reservation this league. And now it's like, your best next league is not even going to be 50%. That's where we're at with reservation. So maybe on like the early end, if you're only using a couple of sources of reservation efficiency, it's gonna look a little bit better because like this is 30 instead of 20. But yeah. The Brisk Wrap unique body armor now has gain deflection rating equal to 20. Okay. Death's Harp now has reduced crit damage bonus. Effigy of Cruelty with spells apply critical weakness instead of less critical weakness. Maligaro's got nerfed. Oh yeah, they also the same with Spirit. They're also doing the same with mana cost. Instead of reduced mana cost, it's increased mana cost efficiency. So it'll be a similar situation. Tangle Tongue got hella nerfed. So while your like best non-crangled Tangle Tongue was gonna be 25% crit chance, it's now at 13% crit chance. So it's gonna be significantly harder to get like consistent double crits. That still doesn't mean it's bad. Like for the fact that it didn't lose its forking crits is kind of nuts. It's actually kind of nuts. And it's still going to be an amazing starter weapon for any spear builds. But they also nerfed Takabas as well. We'll get to that later, but they nerfed Takabas as well. So like crit damage is going to take a huge hit, and also the fact that you have less crit chance, that's also going to take a huge hit. This one's interesting. For probably more support builds, Zophs now applies elemental exposure instead of just fire exposure. Yeah, Infernal Class, Forbidden Gaze, and Thunderstep. These are each 5% max res for each of the three elements. Wailing Wall, can't remember what this. Oh yeah, this had something to do with raising shield or something. All information that was Valor for banners. That's gone. Wayland Stake. This was the hammer. This was about days. This got removed. Deepest Tower. This had nothing to do with any of the mechanics changes. They're just like, yeah, fuck this unique. Gone. GG. All the shields got like a base block chance reduction. All the shields got a base block chance reduction. Item changes, blah blah blah. Orb of Chance are now more likely to succeed with amulets, rings, belts, and charms. Let's, for fun, because it's end of league anyway, I had my gacha tab. Let's buy a bunch of chance orbs. 88 exalts apiece. What? Wait, what? All right, here we go. Oh, man. Oh, I'm probably gonna need more than that too. Oh, never mind. All right, we got 1 Mings. We didn't even get the big amethyst ring was the, which one was it? I can't remember what it was called. Anyway, did not get it. We did get a Fall of the Axe. And no Dream Frags, no Astromentus, no Headhunter, no Reslantis Coil. Nada. I think I had a few things left in the dump tab that could do. Oh, we got a porcelain. Damn, we didn't even get a single Venters out of all of that. That was really bad. I kind of expected not to get any Astras or anything, but no Venters even? That's unfortunate. Wasn't there also a... And that's it. There we go. There's all my Gachapon stuff gone. Orb of Chance hit fucking nothing. More Val Orbs are now found during Trial of Chaos and less often from other sources. Okay. The following orb... This one... Okay, yeah. This confuses the fuck out of me. Omen of Greater Annulment can no longer be obtained. And Dextral Coronation and Sinestral Coronations. These were... Exaltation still exists, but Coronations was the Regals. And Alks... The Regals and Alk ones were removed, basically. I do not understand the greater annul being removed. This does not make sense to me. One of the big crafting methods was literally to like use these dextral and sinestral annuls with the greater annuls to remove 2 affixes at once. It makes very little sense to me now. Why they would change that and remove greater annuls. This part to me is really confusing. Anyway. This is a big change too, very important. Items with inherent skills can now rarely drop with skill levels up to level 20 in high tier maps. This is huge. So think of it like, I mean, Lightning Bolt is getting nerfed, but you could get a Choir of the Storm with level 20 Lightning Bolt. And why would that matter is that level 20 has 5 support slots. So think of your scepters having level 20 means that they have 5 support slots. Think of your Choir of the Storm, your... I don't know if people actually use the wand skills, but if you did want to use the wand skill, you would have it there as well. So all of these things, you can technically roll with level 20 now, which is pretty impactful. And that then leads to 1 extra support gem slot. Modifiers on martial weapons can roll up to plus 25% crit damage bonus, previously plus 39. And remember, this is local. So this ends up cascading down through your build a lot. So to show you an example of what this means, is that let's say you had 180% 180% crit damage bonus in your tree, then you would have 1.39 times 1.8. Oh, sorry, it would increase, so it would be 2.8. 1.39 times 2.38. You would have a 330% crit damage bonus, effectively. That's your local multiplied by your gain. Now you have, so now it would be 1.25 times 2.28. No, 2.8. Dumb. Wait, why did I do 2.38? Oh, whatever, I'll just use 2.38. For 2.975 or 298% crit damage bonus. So you literally lost like 30 crit damage bonus there. And the more crit damage bonus that you have in your tree, the more evident that's going to be. Because of how the multiplicative crit damage works. The corruption implicit for crit damage also got nerfed. You can still get up to 10%. Takaba got nerfed. I'm just going to jump ahead because it's all relevant to the same thing. But the Takaba now is 5% instead of 12. Takaba got wrecked. That means corruption implicits with, like, let's say Tangle Tongue. Getting a 10% corruption implicit is going to be worth basically 2 Takabas. So you're going to want a high crit Tangle Tongue with 1 socket and 10% crit damage bonus from corrupt. Is going to be your ideal Tangle Tongue. So 13% crit chance, and then yeah. Especially because the plus crit chance is so low, it's probably not even worth trying to go for the Krangle anymore either. Reduce the number of increased... Yeah, this is huge. Reduce the number of increased block chance modifiers on shields from 7 to 3. The highest tier modifier now has up to 30%, previously 81% on tier 1. God damn. They really want to make it harder to build block chance. They really are pushing for harder block chance. And for Warbringers to really be like the block kings. They also nerfed Iron Runes. So Iron Runes now give less damage on martial weapons and less energy shields, armor, and evasion. So yeah, our defenses take a big hit here, and our damage on martial weapons goes down a little bit. Same with the elemental runes on wands. Okay, let's see. This one also got nerfed. The new rune that gave 6% of gain extra of all elements is now 5%, so slight nerf there. Still should be really strong, especially with the Iron Rune nerf. Now grants 3% of max life on body armor only, so it's going to be a lot harder to stack life now because it's on body armor only, and body armor is also generally your big evasion piece. That does mean that you can, if you have a Warrior Invictus 5 socket, that you can get 15% max life increase from your body armor alone using Invictus. While normally to get 15%, you would use, like, let's say 5 times 2 in your body armor and then like 2 elsewhere. Let's say like 1 in your helmet, 1 in your gloves to get that. So I mean, it is nicer in one sense if you are going to use an warrior. Otherwise, it's going to be worse. Max mana got nerfed big time. Only on helmets. Oh. This also got nerfed, so max res got limited to specific slots. Helmets, gloves, boots can't put it on body armor anymore. So you can't even just like fill out a warrior. Soul Core of Escapa gives more gold now. The big ones, let's see, the big ones. Takaba got buffed to give you 20% reduced critical damage bonus on body armor as in shields, previously all armor. Again, if you want to fill out a Warrior Invictus, you can be completely immune to crit damage from enemies. Actually, it's reduced, not less. Mm-hmm. This one is a big change. Are you around midday tomorrow? Midday? What counts as midday? Owl Talisman got increased cooldown recovery rate, but only on focus. So previously on boots, it was nice to just like stick on, let's say, whatever boots, 2-socket boots. Now it's on focus only, which is kind of interesting. So they're basically saying like, okay, well, this is gonna be for spellcasters more than anything. This one's interesting too. Stag Talisman is now Thorn's critical strike chance instead of exposure effect. I'm really not sure if did they just think exposure effect was not worth boosting? I don't know. This one feels weird. This one feels weird because we actually have um two different ruins or like socketables that give you reduced crit damage taken. So it feels weird that they change exposure effect to Thorns, but then leave two different crit chance ones unless they change the crit chance one somewhere else. Ox now gives more crit chance, block chance on shields, previously presence area effect. And again, going back, presence area effect is going to be probably more impactful going forward. So, yeah. So, yeah, they remove presence area effect. Cat Talisman is see, this is the big one. Oh, here. Okay, so they changed the reduced critical damage bonus on boots. Okay, so they did change the second crit damage one. 15% increased accuracy rating on gloves. This is what we're talking about, where it's like, okay, they for sure knew. They're giving us more tools to stack accuracy. They're raising our base accuracy. There's no way they don't change Falcon Dive. If they even if they nerf Falcon Dive, like between this is like you can have triple socket gloves with 100% increased effective socketed items, means you can have 90%, and 2-socket belts, another 60%. You can have 150% increased accuracy, additional to what we have these days. Like we can literally be probably talking 120,000 accuracy. Even if they make it one attack speed per 500, that's still 240% attack speed. Not as good as, 0.2 League with 320% for 80k, but it's still a lot of attack speed. For it to be like really nerfed, they'd have to make it for like per 2000 or worse. One attack speed per 2000 accuracy or worse. Otherwise, like Falcon Dive is gonna be still incredibly strong. If you can pump over 100% attack speed from Falcon Dive with reasonable investment, it's gonna be GG. We're sticking to Falcon Dive. Here, the Takaba, 5% instead of 12. We talked about that. They added, so strength armors can now roll. Armor applies to elemental damage. Evasion now has evasion applies to deflection rating. And into armors are now grant faster start of energy shield recharge. They really are, they talked about this in the interview. They really are pushing to have reduced ways to regenerate energy shield. They want you to actually have to recharge, which is interesting to say the least. So for spellcasters or any ES heavy builds mapping, they're really gonna want to invest more in the goal, I guess, is to invest more in energy shield recharge. And that means the what robe is it? Do I have one around? That's a vial. Maybe I left it on a different character. Not the flowing raiment, the level 75 one. Here it is, the sacramental. The sacramental with like 50% implicit energy shield recharge is probably going to be preferable going forward if they keep removing ways of regenerating energy shield outside of the whole recharging mechanic, or at least making them more difficult. The existing modifiers for increase is the Twitch reward already ended? That's a good question because I watched the live stream and I claimed it right away. Mm, I still see it on my Twitch drops. You are now eligible, okay, to get your loot, claim your drop by August 28th. No, it should still be good. So they improved staves, and they also nerfed crit chance on wands and focuses, or foci, or foci. Jewels and time loss no longer roll minion accuracy because minions always hit now. Scepters can no longer roll allies in your presence have additional accuracy rating because again they can always hit. Weapon swap speed no longer rolls. Yep. Monster changes lowered the growth on monster evasion with level. This results in level 80 monsters having 30% less evasion rating than before. That's really nice for warriors. Aren't naturally building that much accuracy in the first place. Failing to collect all the hourglasses during so Zarok does not insta just nuke you. He now actually just deals damage or something and has a different phase if you fail. The life of most Act 3 bosses has been reduced. Rogue Exiles now get additional life scaling from level 65 onwards. That's up to 70% more life by the T16s. Treant Foulspawn can once again be bound as a Spectre. Non-unique items on Rogue Exiles are now affected by increased rarity of items found in the area. Okay. Monsters in the Viridian Wildwood unique mech now have lower aggro range on the darkness. The map version of Rattle Cage, the Earthbreaker boss, has been renamed to Volcar. The periodic invulnerability aura monster now only makes things immune to damage from enemies. So I guess dots can still... I don't know. I guess dots still activate? Reduce the number of river hags that spawn in the drowned city. I guess we're not going to get ganked by like 5 river hags at once that just put water everywhere. Quest change. User interface. I don't really want to go through that. MTX changes, bug fixes. Okay, well, there we go. We've gone through like all the patch notes, just about all the important ones anyway. I skipped over some of the skill changes because nobody used the skills anyway. Maybe they're gonna be good. And yeah, there's some bug fixes. But overall, I'm definitely interested in seeing how crafting is gonna go, but I also think it's gonna be even worse this league for Hideout Warrior crafting. As in worse, it's gonna be way more tuned towards them. Especially now that it's going to be easier to collect bases and whatnot to work on. Well, on one hand, perfect bases or exceptional bases are going to be probably more rare, but if you're just wanting to buy bases, you can just there's probably going to be a lot more available on the market, and then because of offline trading, you're going to be able to pop in and purchase it. So I didn't even see it, but there is offline trading now, so that is a new addition. I don't think they actually mentioned it once in the patch notes. No, they did not mention offline trading or asynchronous trading that they talk about. That's actually here, asynchronous trade. They mentioned it here in the little the little image. But yeah. Do we have the skill tree? I don't think we do, right? Here. Asynchronous trading. So if the person lists the item in a merchant tab, it shows up on the trade site with secure item. This will immediately TP you to the person's hideout to buy the item from the merchant. It does take gold, but this is a huge improvement. The person does not have to be online apparently. So, yeah. This is an amazing change. It means that you don't have to stay online all the time to sell gear. You can just, log in or finish your session, list all your gear, log off for the day. Wake up, find out that the item has gone up 500% overnight and somebody bought out your stock. But that's fine, it happens. So, yeah, the asynchronous trading, I don't know why they called it that. Let's just call it offline trading. AFK trading, merchant trading. So, I can't wait. I can't wait for this. I literally, like, all my hours in PoE are because I'm literally just sitting online with like PoE in the background, or I'm watching TV and I can see my little icon glow if somebody whispers me. That's it. That's like all my hours in PoE at this point. Just sit online and wait to see if people message me. And that's it. Yeah. Also, auto bombers are dead next league, like fully dead. I think I missed it in the patch notes, at least when I was talking about it here. But there is a change so that blink is no longer a travel skill. Using blink no longer counts as dodge rolling. I think they update the site? They updated the site. This line used to be no longer counts as a travel skill. Or for cast on dodge. Or anyway, look, there was a bug that basically allowed blink to work. Here. So if I remember correctly, it's the wind wave. Let's just take these two out. Oh no, it still works. There was I thought in 0.2 patch they said that this was not supposed to work anymore. But then it still did. But now they're fully taking it away. So not only is Choir getting nerfed, Blink is also making it so that you can't proc cast on dodge. So I really don't know if cast on dodge is going to be that useful for anything, but we'll see. I'm curious if people are going to have uses for cast on dodge. With the new Mirage Archer, maybe something cast on dodge related. I don't know. All right. It is 2 a.m. We spent quite a few hours on patch notes. Hope you had fun. I know it wasn't super entertaining. Definitely no gameplay to be added to this. Can't wait. I will be here Friday next week, so it's in like 8.5 days. I'll be here on release, streaming through the weekend, but then I am back to work on